I think I might be live. Hello, hello, Zen friends. Happy weekend to you. Hope your Saturday is going super well, having super fun with all my super Zen friends. So, good evening, good morning, wherever you may be in the world. And I'm so excited to see what messages come through from Spirit today. Before we do all that, though, let us bring in some beautiful love energy from above. And we'll do that by allowing that beautiful, unconditional, eternal love energy of the upper realms to flow down into us and fill up our mental body, our emotional body, our physical body, our energetic body. Then let it flow out to the world to let it do whatever it wants to do out there to help raise the vibration of the planet. We'll do that in a few ways. First, we'll start off taking a big deep breath in and holding it for a moment. And then that'll bring us back into this moment, out of the future, out of the past, out of the chaos, into this moment where love and peace exist and fear is not here. And then we'll hit the singing bowl 3 times. And as I'm doing that, imagine that love flowing in. We can also immediately raise our love vibration by thinking of just one little thing that we're grateful for in this moment that immediately begins to raise our love vibration, opens us up like a chalice to receive from spirit messages, but also magnetizes us to receive those things that we're grateful for. So, as I say, it's a win win, win win, win win, win win, win win, win, right? So, that's what we're going to do. So if you'd like to join me, let's start off by taking a big deep breath. Hold it for as long as you feel comfortable. Don't hurt yourself. Don't pass out. And then we'll begin. So big deep breath in. Here we go. Beautiful. Coming back to the moment. All right. And then I said, I'll hit this 3 times. I'm not sure how loud this will be. It changes every single time I hit it. So watch your ears and remember gratitude. Here we go. Beautiful, beautiful. Thank you so much for joining me and doing that. Such beautiful energy. So I appreciate. I can always feel when you guys join in. Little extra goosebumps. We'll put her back here so she can watch over us. So hello, hello, all my Zen friends. Thank you for all of you for being here. I'm so grateful. If you're new to my channel or new to these readings, welcome. We got a great group of Zen friends with huge hearts and great senses of humor. We say two things that are helpful to make our human adventure easier rather than harder, right? So grateful to be able to have that here. There's always room for more Zen friends. So welcome, welcome. It's a safe space for us all. If you want to know how the whole process works, we go into detail down in the description box of the video. Basically, free readings get 1 to 2 cards, but donations get priority. I do honor the energy exchange. I step out of the free readings, dive deeper, meaning I pull more cards. We get into the tea, as they say, and you also get a fortune cookie along with your readings. Today, we're continuing, finishing up the Alice, the Wonderland Oracle. And then I have another deck uh, in the shadows, ready to step in when we finish out that deck. Um, if you want to make a donation, I'm going to use the super chat at the bottom. Oh, or in the description box of the video, I do have my Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, and Square. I don't have any set dollar amounts because I know that everyone's finances are different and cost of living is different, rate of exchange is different across the world. And so whatever you give from your heart is, I know that's what you're able to give. So perfect amount. So you can do that. Um, I'm on for about 3 hours. Sometimes I go longer if I have donations that take me there. But if in the first 3 hours, if I don't get to any uh, free readings by 2.5 hours in, I will step back from donations for a moment for like 30 minutes and complete as many free readings as I can during that period. And then I return back to donations. I always complete all donations same day, even if I have to go rest, take a break, and come back and finish them all out. We will always get your messages with donations, with the deep dives, with that. At the end of each session, I do post a pinned comment listing all the readings completed with timestamps. I know it's so fancy. That's funny. I never use that word, but it's fancy. And that's how all of that works. Um, I will be using the Lumina Tarot. I'm going to continue to use that today. A little rainbow prism energy going on there. So that's what we'll be using for the tarot today. I also have a variety of other cards that we may pull from. I got some health and healing cards coming in. I've got ancestors, and I've got speaking to the souls on the other side, which includes our soul, our spirit guides, and an entity on the other side. I got some spill in the tea cards. If there's a relationship reading, we may even dive into that. And I've got these learning tarot for when questions. We'll tap in and see what those feel like. See if that resonates as far as timing, because they have dates and time periods and fun stuff on there as well. So that is how that works here. I wanted to tell everyone real quick here too. I'll give everyone a shout out here before we get started momentarily. But if you haven't checked out my podcast series called The Easier Path, um, here is the second adventure. And the playlist is down in the description box as well. As a lot of this information is down in the description box if you want to reference it. This one we talked about, we're starting talking about conflict with humans, and this one is about, why humans cheat and why it hurts so much, and perspectives of human and spirit, and my own experiences that I went through a little bit, and then hints from spirit on how to make it an easier path instead of a harder one. So if you're interested, check those out. That's all free. Also have some giveaways going on, and I plan on doing the giveaways the rest of the year. That's my intention. Doing it every full moon and new moon. I feel like that's a good time to do it. So we have November 5th coming up, the full moon. It's a super beaver full moon in Taurus coming up on November 5th. And so we'll have a drawing. If you're interested in getting into a drawing to possibility winning a 30-minute person recorded reading or a hedge of peace and love, check out that video to tell you all about it. So be sure to check that out. Also, I have some specials going on right now. on my 15-minute and 30-minute personal recorded readings. I'm going to carry that out to the end of the year. I know. We're just going to do it. We're just going to go for it. And then next week, I'm also going to make an announcement on my 1 hour personal recorded readings will be also on sale. My live readings will also be on sale, and my Hedge of Peace will be on special until the end of the year. We're just going to do it all the way through January 1st. So January 2nd, as of right now, who knows? I plan on switching the prices back, but we're going to give crazy Zen's super sale to the end of the year. Also, a little hint, you guys, because you guys are here, I'm telling you this. Next weekend, I'm going to have special Halloween drawings for all of my 5 sessions. I'm going to give away 2 15-minute personal recorded readings every session. One will be a drawing among anyone who makes donations during the session, and then the other one is all the free readings during the session. So yes, you if you make a donation and you ask for also a free reading, which you're always able to have one free reading per session. If you make a donation and you do your free reading, you get entered into 2 drawings. Just a little hint, but it'll be coming out. I love it because we're going to call it instead of live streams, it's the undead stream. I'm giddy about it. I love what Spirit did. So I'm excited. Just want to give you guys a little heads up that's coming. Also, in my playlist for my easier path, I have a channeling that I did last week or the week before. It was like, I think it was like Friday, Thursday, Wednesday of last week. But we're the week before. But we do have it's called Walk Consciously. And I do automatic writing where I connect with spirit. And I mean, I've talked to the higher self of Hitler, the higher self of um, Jesus, the higher self of and the entity of the moon, the earth, all sorts of fun stuff, which I might share some more of those as they happen, or I might look back in my little book and share some because they're quite interesting, bring through some information. But this one's about walking consciously and and it helps our path be easier because when we're walking unconsciously, not focused on what we're doing, our subconscious, our autopilot kicks in and we're running by that. So it's really interesting. If you want to check it out, that's all free as well. So blah, 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 yada, yada, yada. That's what it's all about. Boom. I just like to make sure you guys know all the free stuff that is out there and available. Um, so never any expectations, just information. All right. So, um, feel like we've got all that. So let's do some shout outs here. So, hey, Deb. Yay for the free drawings and spirit gifts. I know. I'm so grateful that I'm able to do that. And yay for the super sale. All right. And then thank you for your donation. We'll jump into that. We have Tasha Gomez. Hello, hello. And me. Me. Hello. And Cat Goddess. Meow. Look, got a cat on. Meow. Um, like my little sounds. Hello. And let's see, we've got Patty in the house. Hello, Patty and JoJo. Hello, my friend from the other side of the world. We got Content. Hello, good to see you. And we have Patricia as well as Patty. So hello. We got Brenda Globy. Hey, hey, hey. We've got Ateshi. Good to see you, Ateshi. And Mika Khan. All right, yeah, we'll dive into that. Good to see you too. And Crescent Moon jumped in to say thank you for holding the elevator doors open yesterday. I am so grateful that I mean it's amazing when spirit because we were done with everything like an hour and a half in and they go do an oracle. I'm like, all right, I'll do an oracle. And they're like, do another one. I'm like, all right, we'll do another oracle from a different deck. And then someone asked a great question. And then it's like, hold the elevator doors open, is what they said, because they're like, some people are coming. So keep the elevator doors open. And sure enough, a second wave of individuals came in. I ended up being on for 5 hours. So it's all about listening to spirit, right? Being sensitive to the voices and the nudges. So thank you, Crescent Moon. I love that. And then of course we have Ashish as well. So good to see everybody. We got Aries Rising as well. Hello, Aries Rising. Just came in. Good to see you. I know, right? I'm so grateful. And I appreciate all the donations and all the support too. So I love that. And again, thank you guys also for all the thumbs up. Something that everyone can do that just shows the channel a little love, shows me a little love, and I'm so grateful. It helps spread the Zen love, and it helps um, us all be part of the love tsunami. So thank you guys again so much. Um, Love, love, love. All right, well, let's take a sip. Cheers, everybody. Good to see you, and we'll dive in. All right. Must be cold in here. My coffee's already lukewarm. It did get down to, I think, 34 degrees Fahrenheit here. I think next Tuesday it's supposed to drop to like a low of 25. But here in Colorado Springs, Colorado, where I live, it can be 34 overnight and it can go up to 65 during the day. So it's not like some places that it's like cold, cold. Usually we have these huge, 40-degree differences, and it's fun. Sometimes we have all seasons in a day. We have sometimes rain that turns into snow and it's thundering, and then the sun comes back out, and then it feels like, spring, summer, winter, and fall all in a day. 38 up there, up north, right? I love it. I love fall and winter though. So that's what it is. All right. Let us dive in. You too. Yeah. We're kind of ish in the northern hemisphere, a lot of us here anyway. So um, enjoy that. I know I was going to wear a long sleeve shirt under here, but I was like, it's not quite cold enough for me to do that because then I'll get all hot. So I was like, all right, spirit will start going and I'll start warming up more too. Rainy and warm. I love it. All right. Well, let us dive in here. Up first, we have JoJo. You are up. Let's make sure I got your timestamp right here. Let's grab that, put that down here. There we go. So thank you for your donation. Let's give that a love and a like since it lets me here. And your question is down here. Yeah, a message from your guides, please. You're freaking out a little bit. Awesome. We love freaking out. What an experience. We don't get to freak out on the other side. That's just something we can do as humans. So let's take a look here, see what they have here for you. Take a big deep breath. Come back to the moment, out of the past, out of the future, into the now. Let's see what they have here for you. Your little inner child, right? It's like, what are you fearing? What are you feeling out of control about, right? All right, let's see what we got here. Yeah. Let me just scooch these down here so you can kind of see them down there a bit. So, bottom of the deck, you do have the Maiden of Wands, which is the Page of Wands. So, this is about, I feel like they're saying, be aware of your energy, but they're saying it like there was a card in Alice in Wonderland. Mind your energy, woman. So be aware of your energy. Whatever you're focusing on expands, right? And so when we find out that and the realization that you're freaking out is great, because when we're really freaking out, we're not aware. We're just in that freaking out place of going, oh my God, what the hell is going on? But when you're aware, I think I'm freaking out. What a wonderful place and awareness, because that means you haven't gone over the edge and you're not out of control, right? You're like, uh-oh, I'm feeling all this stuff. So taking deep breaths helps calm down and helps bring that calm, and then just manage that energy, right? Just go, I'm going to not focus outward. I'm going to focus inward and upward intentionally. And let me draw in that eternal, unconditional love energy. I'm divinely protected. I'm divinely guided. I have a little mantra that I do, which is I am unconditionally loved. You just think of all that love from above. And then I am made of unconditional love. You allow it to fill you up and flow out. And then I unconditionally love the world. And then the world is made of unconditional love, and the world unconditionally loves me. So this beautiful, woof, this energy, uh, wow, flows down in, fills us up and glows and overflows out to the world. And then we feel this love return from the world, and then we go back up. So it's this wonderful flow, if that helps. So I love that. But energy, energy, energy. You have the power over your life, and that's how you can ground yourself with all that. Wow, powerful energy. Okay, that was the bottom of the deck, and then you have the Three of Swords. Yeah, so this is reminding me here too that we've got this energy of Three of Swords is expectations equal disappointment. But whenever I'm starting to feel that freaking out energy, which we all will feel, we're human and we're in a giant amusement park full of fear rides. So there's a lot of opportunity to ride those rides. But when I feel that up coming up within me, I ask myself three questions. What are my expectations? Like, where's my disappointment happening? Or what or who am I trying to control? Right. And, um, what or who am I trying to fix? When I those help me get to really the root of what am I fearing, because sometimes I say, "What am I fearing?" And I'm like, "I don't know, I'm freaking out." Then I'm like, let me ask myself those questions. What am I expecting that's not unfolding in the moment? Who or what am I trying to fix or what am I trying to control? And then that helps me get to the root of what am I fearing? Um, Something is happening that my inner child is going, "I don't feel good. I feel scared. I feel out of control. I feel, um, unsafe. What is it?" And then I can once I become the observer, then it allows me to not be in that place of kind of freaking out. I come back and observe what's happening, and I'm able to connect higher. So I feel like that is important here with that. Let's see what else they have here for you. So you've got the Two of Wands, yeah, your power of energy coming in. It's like that Page of Wands. I usually get cards that reinforce the message from the bottom of the deck, and that is every moment I make a choice of higher vibration, lower vibration, whatever I'm focusing on is what I draw more of to me. So if I'm like, I don't want more of that freaking out, I want more of the calmness, then I start focusing on gratitude and eternal love and unconditional love and joy and laughter and peace and that higher vibration, beautiful love, right? Yeah. And you have the Emperor realizing you're in control, got that Aries energy. The Emperor decides and plans what they want and puts the energy towards what they want. And it's a good opportunity. You have the Eight of Swords, and no moment is ever wasted. Of course, after we calm down, we're able to really look at that trigger, because triggers um, are existing before whatever triggered it. So whatever's happening isn't new. It's just something happened that triggered a fear or a belief that's already inside of us. We're like, oh, okay. And it's for us. So it helps us release it. And that's what the Eight of Swords is you become aware, like you do. This is what you do. You become aware of what happened. You analyze it, you observe it, and then you're able to transform it to where that trigger won't be huge or made to become non-existent, but also be gentle with ourselves. A trigger that's been with us, like in my case, for 50, let's say over 50 years. Um, may not go from a 10 down to a 0. It might go from a 10 to an 8 to a 6, or it might jump from a 10 down to a 4 and then be gone. But be gentle with ourselves with our triggers because there's a reason they're there. We had something that happened when we were younger that freaked us out back then that we created this trigger to go, I don't want that to happen again. Warn me when that's happening. And they do, right? So they're doing their job for us. Let's see what else we have here for you too. You got the Lover's card. Yeah, here's the emotional choice, the power of emotional choice. I like that reminder. You know this, that every moment you get to choose what emotion you're feeling. People can't make me feel a particular way. Their actions, non-actions, their words or their silence are just neutral till they get in here and in here, and we create the story and the choice of what I story I'm putting to something and the emotional soundtrack I'm putting to it. What am I choosing to feel? We've been given a lot of opinion growing up of the supposed to's. Some things are our habits, our triggers, right? We react and then afterwards we're like, "Meh." Something that they're bringing in that has helped me in my life is when I'm reacting to something and I don't want to react a certain way, so I want to change this habit of mine. Takes sometimes takes time, like we said, to change a habit, but um, especially after I did it again, like Britney Spears, right? Oops, I reacted again like I did before. Instead of beating myself up, which just keeps me in lower vibration, I'm like, all right, what I can do, let me imagine in my little theater in my mind, let me see myself here responding the way I want to instead of reacting. Played out in my head, like, let me see it here, then let me feel it. Let me put the soundtrack I want to feel to that. And then any physical actions that I can do in regards to that helps ground it into my physical body too. So can clap or your hands or, touch yourself. It's bringing that physical energy and some sort of physical action. All of that helps solidify our new way of wanting to be instead of doing the old stuff because we're like, man, I'm bored with that. There's nothing wrong with it. There's no right or wrong. There's just different choices with different experiences and different outcomes. And when I'm tired of a certain, experience, a certain outcome, then I'm like, all right, I'm going to change, but I get to change myself. I'm the powerful one in my life, and you are too, and as is everyone for their own lives, right? And then your last two cards here, you got the King of Cups, balance of your emotions. I love that you have the ability to bring calm. You can be like Jesus, calm the storm, right? What did he say when he was? Um, he said something. Be still. And we can do that kind of energy, like they were in the raging thing, and we can say, "Be storm, be still," and speak that and know that we have the power to calm the energy around us for ourselves. So interesting. I love that. And then you have the Nine of Cups. Yeah. So this is it's a dream come true energy, but this is also the power of peace be still. Thank you, Patty. Thank you. That's exactly it. Peace be still. Yeah, peace, comma, be still, not peace be still. I like that you put the comma there. Peace, be still. Beautiful, powerful energy. And the Nine of Cups, the hermit energy of our emotions. I love that the King of Cups and Nine of Cups came out together because it is an energy of that you are in control of your emotions and you find what you're looking for in here, not out there. So hopefully that helps. I feel like that is what they have. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in too. But you are the one in charge and in power of your life here. All right, let's see what Alice has to say here for you. Okay, here is your card. Your fortune cookie says, nonsense. It's time to talk sense. And I love, here's the Queen of Hearts, the the ruler over emotion. It's like the Queen of Cups, who the Queen of Cups rules over emotion with the King of Cups that you got. But the Queen also gets a second portion of Cups, making her the master, even above the King over all of that. That's exactly what's freaking you out here. The nonsense. So it says the Queen turned crimson with fury, and after glaring at her for a moment like a wild beast, began screaming, "Off with her head! Off with!" And then Alice says, "Nonsense!" very loudly and decidedly, and the Queen was silent. Ooh, So whatever this fear, off with your head, nonsense. That's like peace, be still, but it's like nonsense. This is nonsense. Coming back to sense, right? It says sometimes, like Alice, you are going to surprise yourself with your courage. And when someone is being aggressive and threatening, you will need to stand up to them and speak to them in a very firm and strong manner, much as Alice does to the queen, who is overly fond of abusing her power, threatening nearly everybody, and relating to people in one way only: overbearance. Bullshit. There you go. If this is taking place with a person or situation within your life, you need to call that someone out on their bad behavior. Like Alice, you do not need to say very much or criticize the person, argue with them, or even point out what they're doing. You simply need to be firm, clear, and direct and cut through all the nonsense or BS, right, that is taking place. If you do this, you will silence them and they can do you no harm. They will be so surprised that someone is expressing their personal power and pointing out their silliness that you will be quite safe. Others will be grateful, and in time they too will stand up for themselves. Even though you may not be as powerful as this other person, your inner courage, when expressed, makes you an amazing person who can change the world with the simple refusal to tolerate bad behavior for one moment longer. I like that. So bad and good, of course. It's just lower vibrational. It's like I don't want this lower vibrational energy, so I'm going to call it for what it is. You know, small t truths rooted in fear are not true. They're lies. So we call them out for what they are. And then we connect to the capital T truth. Again, without judgment of self, right? It's going and we act a certain way when we have a certain belief and we're around certain energy and the energy that's within us in the moment. But when we change our mindset, then we do things differently. But how can we not do something one way when we have a belief a certain way? And then when we question that belief, we don't do that anymore because we don't believe it anymore after we question it because we see it for the lie that it is. Wow, that went deep. The divination for the card says courageously standing up for yourself when someone is behaving in a way that is silly and unfair, including ourselves, right? Refusing to be cowed, pointing out a person's bad behavior, not backing down on the truth, looking someone in the eye, being very brave, strong, and no longer intimidated, surprising yourself with your power. Going back to the page of wands, right? Stepping into your power. The reversed energy, the lower vibrational energy of the card is backing down at the moment of truth, running from a confrontation, allowing someone to intimidate you, an inability to find the courage within, fear of punishment, loss of voice, believing you cannot be brave without being aggressive, which we don't have to be. So hopefully that helps. Stand up to the Queen of Hearts or embrace your Queen of Hearts, realizing you are in charge of your emotions and no one else. So hopefully that helps, Jojo. That's what they have for you, my dear. Sending you lots of love and thank you again for your donation. I greatly appreciate that. All right. And I didn't give the order of the readings, did I? So up next we do have Patty, and then we have Rocky Mountain Deb, and then Aries Rising. You'll be up after that. All right. So Patty, you are up at 3437. Let's grab that here. And let's give your donation a love and a like. All right. So, Patty, here you are down here. It's funny, you have Patricia and Patty right next to one another. So, let's take a look here. Do you see me getting justice for the malicious treatment that you've been receiving from your previous employer? So glad they're your previous employer now. What lies ahead in your immediate future financially? Is there also a timeline on when a new opportunity will present itself? All right, we got that here. Yeah, and thank you again for bringing in the peace, be still energy. And whatever storms are raging around us, we can calm it. All right. You're welcome, Jojo. Hang in there. All right. So, um, based on current energies, and we'll look here and see. Sorry, my stomach just growled. Let me drink something here. What's going on? Why are you hungry? I'm hungry for justice. So that's interesting thing with justice, right? Let's see what they want you to know here about justice, and will you be getting justice regarding the situation with your previous employer? Okay. Oops, let me skip out of that there. There we go. Let's see what else we got here. Okay, we got those. What's ahead in your immediate future financially? Okay, I do want that, but that's underneath. And that's what unfolds. And then timeline, we'll use the learning tarot about to see if there's a timeline on when a new opportunity will present itself based on current energies. Anything else they want you to know about that as well? All right, you got 2 cards for that. So we'll see what that's about. All right. So let's see. What do they have about justice and maliciousness, right? Yeah, that's all right. It's the perfect time. You were there for the perfect amount of time to learn everything that you wanted to learn. And most of us humans, we love to learn it the hard way too, right? We do. We hold on. Like, all right, I think I got all my lessons. I've wringed the sponge out as much as I can now. I got everything out of it. Now I'm ready to move on, right? So what do we want to know about justice here? We have the Fool card. I like this energy. This is an ending of a major cycle, the beginning of a new adventure. And Spirit is just saying, consider this. Look at You can look at your previous employers and the maliciousness. That is what was required to get you. It's like the cattle prod to get you moving to leave and to go in the direction that's more in alignment with your soul, something that is free instead of restrictive. And when we look at, kind of like all my exes, they were showing me what I wanted to see about myself till I saw them. And while it was happening, I did not look at them as my beautiful, wise teachers showing me what I wanted to see. I can now look at it that way post experiences. But of course, when I was going through them, some of them I wanted to find a special place in the forest under the ground for them. Not literally, but you know, in moments. But, um, we all have that anger that we can experience, and that's the desire for justice, right? Need to get what they have coming, but we can also look and that's when we're looking at that something from our human standpoint, that something happened to us instead of being able to look at it as they did that for me. Because we can go, why did I want that experience to happen for me? Then I know I ordered that. It didn't happen, to me. Someone did something to me. I wanted that to happen. And I know that's hard for our human to grasp sometimes because we're like, why on God's green earth would I ever ask for these experiences? But sometimes that's what it takes to get us moving, and to learn what we want to see. When that mirror is here, it's a scary, hall of mirrors, right? But on the other side, we can go, I can forgive and release and go, their actions were not intentional. They were, as a human, people do stupid stuff when they're in fear. Obviously, when someone's malicious, that's not a loving act, that's a fear based act. So they were acting out of fear. That was about them, not about me. But that experience did help me to move forward on my path. So thank you. Otherwise, I'd have stayed stuck. But when they, rammed you out, boom, then they knocked you out of that, off that fence that we were on, going, I don't know. Boom. Well, there we go. Thank you. It's like the tower card, right? Which says, when something is removed out of our life, it is for us to make space for something that's more in line with us to clear the pathway to move forward in that. And so they were agents of the creator helping us move along. And when we can change that viewpoint, we no longer feel like there needs to be justice. We just realize, oh, thank you for fulfilling my order. That's what I asked for. Before I came down here, I just forgot I ordered it and then it arrived, but now I'm like, I can remember and go, "Okay, I did ask for this, so thank you." I don't have to thank him yet. Maybe we're that's a bit asking a bit much, but can at least go, "I release you from my wrath for now." Let's see what else they have here. Yeah, King of Cups, balancing of emotions with the head and the heart. It also allows you to head into something that's more aligned with who you are, a more compatible partner in life, with our employers can be our partners in a certain way, right? But I like that the King of Cups comes in, and the Seven of Swords. Yeah, this is letting go. This is that betrayal energy, but it makes us realize too. When we experience betrayal in the outside world, it's because somewhere inside of us we're betraying our own selves. So it's a good reminder that when I believe someone did malicious things toward me, what malicious things was I doing to myself during those situations? Which something to consider is like, I'm just thinking they're reminding me of some of my past experiences, which so if I'm defining myself by their actions instead of by my higher self. That's self-worth. If I'm defining myself by the outside world, how malicious of me toward myself to go, no, no, you don't get to decide who I am. I'm going to let these scared human beings that are acting stupid and unloving and uncaring, I'm going to let them define me, my worth in this moment instead. That's malicious, right? Towards myself. Instead, um, you know, if I have my self-worth grounded in my higher self in that eternal unconditional love, people can act like a fool out there and it doesn't matter. I'm not going to, it's not going to touch my self-worth. I'm just going to look at them going, are you okay? you know, wow. Do I need to dial? Do I need to get the EMS or a ambulance on the way, or or what? Something, right? But it's a great experience that we can look at with this now. I feel like they wanted to say that in the beginning, just to kind of put things in a different perspective. Will you get compensation and what you deserve from the situation? We'll take a look here. Yeah, the King of Swords. Clarity will come out. There is clarity of your own mind here from spirit floating above you there, flying above you. And I feel like they're like, just know that the spirit world, they know the complete truth, right? They have they know the capital T truth of everything. And everyone has their own perceptions, right? From their standpoint, they're right. From that person's standpoint, they're right. From your standpoint, you're right. But everyone has a different perception of what they're experiencing, and we can't make someone apologize or believe a certain thing, and it's not important. We can take away the importance of their opinions and anyone's opinions. And what helped me in my life is when it's like, well, I'm afraid what people will think in a situation. And spirit was very gentle, and they asked, like, why? And I'm like, well, you know, if they don't know the whole truth and they're judging me in a inaccurate way, and the spirit, they're so funny. They go, so if these people are making judgments without all the facts, it's kind of a poor judgment. Why would you care what they think then? If they make poor judgments, why would we care about what those people think? Because it's a in our own terms, it's a stupid stupid judgment. It's unclear. It's without all the facts. So we can release that, from them there. That you stayed on for too long, you let yourself be comfortable, or it was supposed to be a stepping stone onto true purpose. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's poor judgments, that people make, and that also a great mirror that I'm making a poor judgment on them because I don't know everything about them either. I don't know why they were freaking out. We don't know what was going on in their life. As they say, be gentle with people. We don't know what kind of battle they're going through. We just know their voice or actions toward us, or non-actions or silence toward us. And we're like, what's going on? I don't know what's going on over there. So if I judge them without knowing everything, then that's also a poor judgment on my part. I can trust that if it's not a loving act, then there's something freaking them out. They're in fear over there. Because when we're in fear, right, we become this 2-year-old with their pet hissing cat that just attacks or runs away, or attacks and then runs away, as we do, so does everyone else. So when someone does a malicious act, then we can replace malicious with fear. Fear-based act. That's a fear-based action. And when people are in fear, we panic. We do stupid things, like when we're drowning, we will smack people and grab onto people and almost drown them along with us. Or people, if there's a fire in a theater, people will trample over each other to get out. With everyone, if everyone was calm, everyone could get out, but instead, people are killed or injured because people are like, "Oh my god, get out of my way." So interesting, um, coming in here, and I feel like there's clarity coming in with all this, where you're not going to require justice because you're going to feel justice is served, in that you're learning and growing through it all with purpose. So interesting. Interesting. All right. Hopefully that makes sense here, because I feel like um what you are wanting you won't get um from it, because really at the core of it, the justice, the apology is um not needed, because you're the one to give yourself the justice inside, and give yourself the apology that you feel you need on the inside. You don't need to be validated by anyone actions or thoughts or opinions, anything in the outside world. You get to decide your worth without even considering anything else of them as well. Interesting. All right. And then we were talking about finances, right? We went totally deep in that. I feel like that's for more than just you and me. Yeah, what's ahead in for your immediate future? Yeah, financial. Here we go. You have the Hanged Man. Yeah, you're seeing things from a different perspective here. I like that. Underneath the surface there, you have the Three of Cups, which is joy and celebration. And I feel like the part of seeing the situation from a higher perspective, a different perspective, part of this, in that your worth isn't defined by the outside world, your worth is defined here. Your finances also, there's this clarity coming in that your finances don't come from the outside world. They don't originate there. They're just the shipping company. But your abundance, your sustenance comes from source, from creator, from the universe, right? When we believe that it comes from the outside world, God, we don't trust that, right? It's like, oh, that we have a reason to fear, because humans, when they go into fight or flight mode, they withhold, they steal, they cheat, they betray, they abandon us, right? That's where we experience it all. But when we we realize, oh yeah, it's not out here that it comes from you. We work on this relationship. Like, what do you feel my worth is? They're like, you are perfect. I love you eternally. I love you unconditionally. Nothing you can do to lose it. Nothing you have to do to gain it. And I just love you. You are priceless to me. When we realize that worth relationship to the creator, we also realize, I got you, boo. That there are like, I care for you. I'm the one that's always made sure you've had everything your entire life and you've had everything you needed, or you'd be dead right now. So I'm not going to start now, not bringing you your sustenance. I'm going to make sure you always have what you need and more, not just bread and water. I'm going to give you more because I love you. Right. And when we change that, and I feel like this is what changes here, when we go into this place of joy and gratitude for all this blessing. Thank you, Creator, for all the stuff that you've brought me in my life, and the things that we're so grateful for. Then that just opens the conduit to bring more in, right? So I feel like this is part of all that. And then your finances here, yeah, again, seeing things from a higher perspective, things are resurrected with the judgment card. And I just feel like that you're going to be cared for is this message. And but the big piece of what you're going through is to really shake up your outer world, because it's all pointing you back to inward and upward, right? I love that. Peace, be still. In the rocky boat, we could speak to the waters and the waters calm. And then we're like, thank you, Creator, for bringing me peace, for bringing me abundance, for bringing me what I need, right? I love that. We'll take a look here too to see when new opportunities are coming in, but I feel like this is an important energy. So you do have the Nine of Cups, May 10th to October 28th. So we got 3 days in that period here. I like this dream come true in the nine energy, and you have August 23rd to September 22nd. It's interesting with the Hermit card. Um, But I feel like next week you're gonna have opportunities that come your way here with that Nine of Cups. But there, with both of these nines, it is about stepping out of the world and aligning here, realizing everything I need is inside here. And when I, instead of focusing on my fears of want and need and that I may not have enough, or concern about what's coming, it's a very trusting period of turning inward and upward, allowing the connection to spirit to guide us. And there is great joy. I am grateful for the abundance and blessings in my life, is what the Nine of Cups says on the card itself here. And I feel like that's an important message that's coming in, is that in doing this, this is what allows the flow to come towards you. But when we're in the energy of seeking justice and fear and lower vibrational energies, we invite more of those experiences and outcomes. But I feel like that with that hanged man, it's like, try hanging upside down, not literally, but see things from that higher perspective. And I feel like things will transform in your life. Peace, be still, right? Yeah, I love that. Let's see what the fortune cookie brings in here too. But it's that trust. I trust you, Creator. Do you trust my timing? Oh, now you're pushing it. That's what I tell them when they're whenever I start to freak out. It happened quite a while ago. Today's actually my anniversary, my 4-year anniversary of being back in Colorado Springs. I was just looking at I had some Facebook old things pop up. And one of the things before, when I was leaving here originally to move to Idaho and then to Utah and then back to here over a 4-year period, I think even around there, um, I was freaking out, and the creator go, "Do you trust me?" And I'm like, actually, just instead of going, "Yeah, yeah, I do," I really, because I knew, I'm like, I'm not going to lie to you. I'm going to really contemplate that question. Do I trust the creator? Do I trust the universe? And I'm like, I do. I do. Yeah, I sat in my heart and my mind, and I do. And they're like, "Do you love me?" And I'm like, "I do." And they were really asking me those not for their sake, but for my sake to remind myself of how much I love the creator and the upper world and that love that goes between us and the trust that I have. But then sometimes they are like, "Do you trust me?" And then they go, "Do you trust my timing?" And I'm like, "Well." Yeah, it seems like that's there's a possibility there, but the important thing for that to happen is focus on as much gratitude as you can. When you start to get drawn out, even do like every hour an alarm on your phone to come back to gratitude, do a gratitude journal, whatever you feel will bring your presence back to gratitude instead of the fear and lack. It's a powerful energy. So it's not one for one, to balance out. It's like 10,000, a million to one. A moment of gratitude counteracts many moments of fear and lack. Um, but the more we do it, the more we draw in the gratitude, right? I like that though. Do you trust my timing? Well, all right. I do. I'm going to choose to trust your timing. Yeah, I love this. Lead the way. Look at you and all these animals. It says, it's card number 12, be a leader, show others how it's done. You can help others. I love it. And with all the experiences you've been through, you are able to help other people through their situations because whatever you're gleaning and learning through all this, you're going to be able to help others. Because trust me, everyone goes through situations where we feel betrayed and disappointed and feel like malicious acts were done toward us as well. So, what you're learning, you're going to be able to help others too. Alice led the way, and the whole party swam to the shore, is what it says. I like that. Follow me. In this card, Alice takes on a rather new role, that of a leader. She did, after all, create the problem that they are all experiencing. There we go. Taking responsibility for the problems I created inside of me, not the outside world, but inside of me. That's where all the stress happens, right? That's where the story of maliciousness exists. After all, she created the problem they're all experiencing, albeit accidentally. She is the one who thinks through what has happened and tries to calm the creatures about her. And they're even near the water, so that peace be still. Even though that doesn't always go right. And she is the one being who takes charge and leads them out of the pool of tears and onto land, just as you must do right now. There is an emotional situation about you, and it is affecting not only you, but other people too. And they are finding it hard to make their way back to steady ground. They are floundering amidst this sea of emotions within the present circumstances. It is up to you to lead them to the shore, to bring them back to the land. Now, this means you are to help everyone calm their emotions and come back to a more grounded, clear, and stable place. You can't make it up. What a beautiful, perfect card. Even if you have been very emotional yourself, it is time to show leadership. Set for the shore and help others make it there safely too. Show everyone how it's done. Demonstrate what is best to do. Help those who, like you once were, are overwhelmed by their feelings. All you need to do is show them the way. Wow. The divination for the card says it's time to step into a leadership role. Ooh, there you go. Maybe that's a position coming. Others are looking to you to solve a problem or show them how to work through an emotional situation. Help others by showing them what needs to be done, not by telling them what to do. Calm your emotions, ground and center yourself so you can be of greater service to others. You cannot help others overcome emotional distress until you have learned how to calm your own feelings. Be steadfast, strong, and encourage others by your own calm example, right? Boom. I love that. And I love that you were the one to be able to say, peace, be still, because that's you speaking to your emotional storm and leading yourself to solid land, right? The reversal of the card, which I like to read them in case anything resonates, it would be a lower vibrational energy of refusing to take charge, letting your emotions overwhelm you, wanting to tell others what to do, but being afraid to in case you get it wrong, feeling you are too emotional to take charge, avoiding responsibility, fear of failing others and of letting yourself down, discouraging others from relying on you. I like that because I feel like that's the stormy energy, and then where you're s- swimming back to shore, to that solid ground. And so be gentle with yourself with it all. It was a beautiful learning experience through it all, right? So I love that for you, Patty. That's what they have for you right now, my dear. So many blessings. Thank you again for your donation. I greatly appreciate that. My goodness, what a amazing deep. I learned so much, and it's so many things we know, but then it's good reminders and things that really ground us, right? So thank you again for being vulnerable and sharing that experience with us too. So many blessings. All right. So Deb, you are up next. Boom, boom, boom. There we go. Message for you. All right. When your brother returned home, the book 13 Original Clan Mothers was waiting for him. I spoke to him today and he's already started reading it. He's a minister and he said, dot, dot, what a great book. Yeah, if you guys want to follow Moon Energy, the 13 Original Clan Mothers, an amazing, amazing book. So definitely check that. All right. Thank you for number one fan sticker. Appreciate that. And thank you for your donation. Let me just highlight it up here and let me just see. We'll see what you said here, what your brother said here as well. The more he reads books, realizing that many different beliefs have similar messages, right? I love that when we realize, yeah, it's not, no one religion or spiritual belief has the corner market. It's like spirit speaks to everybody through so many different ways. And I like it. I like that there's no one right way. Thank God that we can find spirit through many, 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 many different pathways. I love that. Thank you for sharing that, Deb. All right. So let's dive into your question. Let's take a sip here, though. Cheers, everybody. All right. So let us take a look here. So Mariah had a blood test that she's concerned about, and of course now has to wait the weekend. Well, that's where we learn the most is through the struggle of the wait, right? That's always the fun part. Any messages from spirit around what you can share with her that may help her? Absolutely. And of course, anything to do with medical, just disclaimer in the description box, I'm not a licensed medical professional. And tarot is for fun and for entertainment purposes, etc. You know all this, but for the sake of YouTube, it has been said. Check mark, blah blah. I'm glad that you didn't know about the walk consciously, so that is out there for you too. Let me see if there's anything else here. Scroll down here. Thank you for all your activity in the chat too. What? You're not a doctor? Not in this lifetime. Yeah, I love that. Well, he is your half brother, right? So you guys do have a lot in common. All right, let's shuffle these up and we'll see what we have here. In fact, I want to pull here. We've got the Healing Spirit Oracle, this beautiful Healing Spirit Oracle. So I feel like there's a message here. And then we have the little health from June Hicks, who think maybe it's not June Hicks. It's Esther Hicks. June Hicks is someone I used to work with. I don't think she channels Abraham, but you never know. But it's Esther Hicks. We have the health and the law of attraction cards too. So let's take a look here. See what advice they want to bring in. All right, we got that, and then we'll grab that. We'll pull a couple of tarot as well. We'll see what we have. All right, we got this one here. Interesting. All right. We'll see what that is about. All right, let's see. Let's pull a couple of tarot here. Anything we need to know based on current energies? Anything about results? Because that's really what we want tarot for, is to get clarity on what can be unfolding there. So we'll grab those for that. And then, of course, let's just grab your fortune cookie while we're here, tier 2. All right, what else? What else do we have here? Okay, thank you. Just that one there. All right. All right, so we'll start off here with the Healing Spirits Oracle, which has spirit healers and helpers are with you or with her. So let's see if you can see all these different spirits around here. Beautiful card. Card number 11. Beautiful number there. Let's see what this one says here. These are not hugely long. So you are always connected to healing spirits, and no matter what is holding you down, they are there to help you get back up and get on with your life. Don't be afraid to use their power for yourself or to help others. They are telling you that the compassion they give doesn't just make the weak strong, it also makes the strong even stronger, especially when you know in your heart that your intentions are good and true. Feel spiritual healing power in you and around you and use it to its full capacity. Yeah, right? It definitely can be that. I love that. So that is that. We also have here, it's interesting that we got all this green energy because green is the heart chakra, but it is healing energy too. So we've got, all this green coming in. And this one is card 57. It's interesting that I can choose the thoughts I think about my food. They're zeroing in on food, but it says your observation of the results of others' experiences says with food, but I almost feel like we can leave food out, but if that resonates. But your observation of the results of others' experiences with food or blood tests gives you scanty and inadequate information. For unless you are factoring in desire and expectation, then calculating the action of what has or has not been eaten is irrelevant. You simply cannot leave out the most important ingredient in the recipe of creation and understand the outcome. People respond differently to the food or to things in life because the food, things in life, are not the constant. The thought is. It is the way you are thinking about the food or experiences that is making the difference. So they're really bringing it back to it doesn't matter. And we talk a lot with my host since I've been here for 4 years. She's been through an amazing health transformation in a lot of ways. But wherever we go for tests and different things at different times, when she would start getting anxious, spirit would come through and say, it's just information. You get to determine the story. And I love that. I feel like that's what's coming through is whatever we get from anything from the outside world. It's just information, but it's the story that we put to it, right? Yeah. Wow, it is so it does have to do with food. That would be such a spirit thing. I love them. Let's see here. Based on current energies, what can we know about it? Yeah. Swords, letting go of stories. The Eight of Swords is letting go of thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that make us feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted. These small t truths rooted in fear, and we can, of course, see things from a higher perspective, but it sets us free. An Eight of Swords is a good energy. It's part of the release of things going, whatever happens, um, is an amazing release, right, of these beliefs. And it's like letting go of control of the story, but also looking at what I'm fearing in that with the Eight of Swords, right? Well, am I afraid of death? Because ultimately that's we're fear of rejection or we're afraid of death is at the core of like pretty much every fear. That's the root at the very bottom. When we get it down to the bottom, then it's like, am I afraid to die? I'm not. I'm not now in this point in my life. I'm like, I'm ready for another adventure anytime that we're ready, but I'm not gonna be grateful for each day, another experience, more time with you all, more time with um, experiencing life and seeing things from this viewpoint of this human. When I'm done, it's just another adventure, and I never end. So what am I fearing, right? Or am I fearing a painful death? In the scheme of things, even if it's a day of pain, a week of pain, a year of pain, it's a drop in the bucket. So it's about changing the mindset and really, connecting with that. But the Eight of Swords is about the change of story. And this experience is happening to allow us to experience that. The more experiences we have where it's brought up to us, then the more I free myself with the questioning of those thoughts. Yeah, the Hierophant. I like it. It's healing energy, the Hierophant, but it's also seeing things from a higher perspective, learning and growing. So obviously we know all that. Taurus energy here. This Taurus full moon, super moon, Beaver moon in Taurus coming up on November 5th. And we have the Hierophant is number 5. So November 5th is an important date. Some good clarity, some good transformation and aha moments. I feel like on November 5th. And then we have the Four of Cups, which is emotional stability. So there is emotional calmness that comes through here. So I do feel like um, nothing to really worry about here. Um, and it's happening to bring those fears to the surface so that we can release them because our fears are what impact our physical body, but our emotions, if we don't listen to our emotional inner child, our teenage inner child, which is our physical body, will go, I'll get their attention for you. So they are pointing something um back back to that as well, right? Oh, commercial came on. Was it a funny commercial or it's like, "Here, pause, psst, oh, wow." Yeah. Thank you guys for your patience with the commercials that, come in there, the ads. They only should be, like, every 30 minutes, um, that we have. My wow, look at this, and so the fortune cookie is forget who you are. Interesting. Conditioning falls away. Memory no longer defines you. Wow, letting go of those beliefs, right? Right. There's a big piece of from Alice in Wonderland here before we read the actual card itself. And we have the little fawn here with the little deer with Alice here and the fawn said at last, "What do you call yourself?" And such a soft, sweet voice it had. "I wish I knew," thought poor Alice. She answered rather sadly, "Nothing just now." Think again, it said. That won't do. Alice thought, but nothing came out. Please, would you tell me what you call yourself? She said timidly. I think that might help a little. I'll tell you if you'll come a little further on, the fawn said. I can't remember here. So they walked on together through the wood, Alice with her arms clasped lovingly around the soft neck of the fawn till they came out into another open field. Wow. Yeah. But why would you want to treat her out of her struggle? That's how we learn the most, right? But that's part of mom, I know, releasing the need to um, control other, especially our children's lives, because we want them to be happy all the time and not struggle. But I'm reminded of uh, a vision Spirit gave me. I probably mentioned it to you before, where I was worried about all my friends and family. Everyone was going through what I perceived through my thinking huge problems in their life. And I was so frustrated that everyone was suffering and I didn't want them to suffer that I was getting worked up about how can I solve everyone's problems. And then they showed me, I went to this little elementary school. I'm walking down the hall and I'm looking in all the little, they have glass little plates on the door so you can see into the classroom. And as I'm going down, all the students have that fur brow, where they're like, oh, struggle, struggle, struggle. And finally, I went to like the third or fourth classroom and I busted in. And was like, come on, we're going to the auditorium. So all the kids filed out with the teacher and then I went to each classroom. They all followed me down to the auditorium and all the students sat in the chairs and the teachers lined the side. I can still see it in my head. And I went up on stage and I said, those classrooms are too hard. We're just going to sit in here where it's much nicer. And then there's this little girl, I can still see her, and she's in a little blue dress. It's almost like Cindy from the Brady Bunch. And she's got her little ponytails, and she raises her hand and says, "If we're just going to sit in here, can we just go home? Because why be in school if we're just going to sit here, right?" And I realized, oh, we're here to study, we're here to learn, we're here to grow. Everyone back to your classrooms, but it released me from the need to try to fix everyone else, right? Yeah. Yeah. And that's great, it's if that's what she wanted to learn in this lifetime, if she wanted to have a life of worry and have a life of disease where it ends up ending her life earlier than we want her to, it's like, yeah, that's their choice and that's okay. Their life doesn't need to match what I think it should be. And it's this release of responsibility for everyone's lessons. We can be a teacher's aide and walk around the class and suggest to them, if you want that math problem not to be so hard, here's a shortcut. And if they're like, no, that's okay. They don't want to take our advice. That's fine. Then they can struggle and do it their way, and that's fine. We can offer, but um, without any expectation that they will take on our hint, our shortcut, and that's all right. We get to be freed, and and then you can just send love, right? I know it's hard as mom, but something to think about because maybe you wanted to have children and people in your life to bring this up so that you could set yourself free. So all the stuff happening in yours with your struggle is happening, right? And I'm not going to feel responsibility to try to solve your uh, concerns, your worry about other people's worry. I love that. I you say, mad people make me mad, sad people make me sad. And this is like, people who worry make me worry. I love it. All right. So on to that. And I love this about part of what she's learning is she gets to define who she is. not go by these opinions from the outside world. This is about letting go of her conditioning and realizing her worth is in here, not out there. Because that worry is, what does it mean if I'm sick? What does that mean about me? Nothing. You get to decide who you are. That's what I'm really picking up in this card here as well. Yeah, right. Exactly. You're so funny. All right. So you are, you being your daughter, right? Or you too, whoever this applies to. You are amidst a new experience, one in which you have no idea of who you are anymore. Paradoxically, this apparent loss of self is a beautiful gift. The loss of memory of the self, the absence of the conditioning that defines us, means we can approach new people and situations with an innocence and freshness. This is an opportunity to connect from the heart. So that does feel like there's something about blood tests and health stuff. She must have had some experiences when she was younger or with other people that this means bad news. And that's where this fear is, because it's that conditioning and the old stories being applied to the current story. So it is with Alice when she enters a looking glass forest with magical powers. All who enter forget who they are. Thus, not knowing he ought to be frightened of a human, a fawn approaches Alice. She responds with an incredible fondness for the fawn, and they meet in simple affection, connection, and friendship. When we forget what we have been taught to fear or hate, it brings the opportunity for a whole series of beautiful relationships to blossom. This is the situation you find yourself in now. Wow. Yep, she does get to choose, right? But forgetting the fear allows us to experience something new. Because when we experience something new, we really we're not we're not aware that we're supposed to be afraid of something. It's just new, but oh, we're taught by movies and books and other people's experiences. Oh, bad. you know, something to worry about, right? When it's like, no, just information. Um, and I think over the last 4 years, I brainwashed my host because she'll say that. She goes like, "Oh, I got my blood test back. Has something weird in it." And I'm like, "Oh." And she goes, "It's just information." And I'm like, "There we go." Oh, there you go. Yeah, exactly. It says, "Forget what you tell yourself you are. Forget what others have said you ought to be. Forget the enmity, the avoidance, the fear we live with far too often. Forget who you have been taught to be. Instead, reawaken the innocence of the soul. Unknow thyself. Accept the mystery of you within the open space, within that forest where we all are returned to our ancient, most natural self. We can all be one again." Wow, I love that. It's just information. The divination of the card says you are discovering what can happen when you rely less on conditioning, memory, and civilization, and more on heart, receptivity, and nature. New friendships, connections, gentleness, and joy will be yours. The reversal of the card, the lower vibrational energy, is when we believe everything we've been told we are. Defining self through labels, cultural programming, rules and laws, or test results, right? Missing out on beautiful, heart opening opportunities to connect due to conformity and rigid beliefs. Yeah, such is our human external world, right? So hopefully that will brings you a little peace. I like that. Peace, be still. I'm gonna be using that all day today. But I love that. So hopefully that also helps your data. We send her lots of love. Anyone wants to join in to sending love her way, we will join in and send her a little a little ball of unconditional love energy to her higher self to use how she wants to use it in her adventure. Beautiful. All right. That's what they have for you, my friend. Thank you again for your donation. I greatly appreciate that. All right. Let me got some other donations that came in. So let me grab these here. And so up next we have Aries rising, and then we will uh, circle back for Jojo for your additional one here. And then we have Sudeshna Ghosh. Hello, hello. Let's add you here. And love is the most powerful force in the universe. I'm going to copy and paste that so I don't have to type it out. I'm being lazy. Absolutely. Thank you so much. All right, and then who has popped in here? So we do have love is the most powerful force in the universe. Hello, hello. And we have Swaroop Bobby in the house as well. Hello, Swaroop. And of course, Sudeshna. Hello, good to see you. We'll be to you guys here in a moment. Anyone else come in while I was all blabbing and chatting here? I think that's it. Aries rising. I don't think I said hello to you, but hello. Oh, and Butterfly. Hey, hey, Butterfly. Hey, I see you there. Hopefully, I didn't miss anyone else. All right. So, for those of you waiting for free readings, donations do get first priority, and so we'll be doing those. Yeah, and I'm an hour and a half in. If in the next hour, if I don't get to any free readings, at 2.5 hours, I do step away from donations and complete at least 30 minutes of free readings. So we'll get to those. Probably, I don't think we have a ton where I should be able to get through all of them. So anyway, blah, 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 blah. All right. Cheers, everybody. Let's take another sip here. All right. So Aries rising, you are up here. Let's grab your timestamp. There we go. Put that down. Yeah. All right. And thank you for your donation and your sticker here, the unboxing. So good afternoon to you. I hope you are well as well. Thank you for your well wishes for everyone. Appreciate that. And here you go. Not a romantic read. Good way to start off. All right. So, number one here. What are James' thoughts and feelings about you? All right. But what if they are? What if they do have romantic feelings for you? I'm just kidding. You're like, uh-oh. Anyway, so what are their thoughts and feelings about you? So stepping into their energy right now, because keeping in mind that everyone's thoughts and feelings of other people really is a lot about their thoughts and feelings about themselves, because we see everyone through our own tainted glasses of our past. So a lot of how we see the world is through the vision of how we see ourselves. So keep all that, you know, uh, go in with your eyes wide open as we dive in here, right? So, what are JM's thoughts for you first? We got the think in here, and then we've got the feelings. Okay, do you have those? And then that underneath the surface. Well, they're kind of balanced in thought and emotion, 3 and 3 cards here. And then number two, JM is currently in town. You're thinking about reaching out to them to see if they want to meet up and do something. If you do, based on current energy, will they say yes? All right. I got that here. All right. Oh, and then will they say yes? And then would it really actually happen? Right. That's a good point. And we got 3 cards for that. Well, they're consistent with their threes in most of these cases here. So that's interesting. Let me make sure there's nothing else here. All right, I think that is it. Let me just kind of keep my eyes open as I scroll down. All right, cheers to you. Good to see you. All right, bottom of the deck, we do have the 9 of Swords, which is a good card to come up here because this is letting go of expectations, letting go of the fears around the situation. Um, and I like that. I feel like you're learning a lot through this and you're getting to the point of like, you know what? I'm not going to put any expectations around it. And I feel like the energy that we're picking up here is with that, with the underlying energy of you going, you know what? I'm not going to expect or think something should or shouldn't happen. I'm just gonna let it be. Whatever happens, I'm gonna be okay with. I know it's gonna be for me, whether it's yes or no, or if they say yes and it doesn't happen, I know regardless of what happens, it's for me. I'm gonna go in with no expectations. I feel like that mindset and then reaching out will be an important piece. But I feel like this whole experience is to help you let go of expectations too. Um, which doesn't mean that you're gonna be disappointed. It just means that through this process of the thinking and as of the amount of mental energy that we put in, because it's all up here, the story's up here. It's yeah, I'm setting myself free from some things that may be bubbling below the surface, and they're coming up for this release, which I like for you, right? All right. So let's take a look here. I think we asked about thoughts first, right? Let me just scroll back up here because I can't remember. Yes, thoughts first and then feelings. So their thoughts about you, Three of Pentacles, they really see you are someone that is true to your authentic self. And that is true. I mean, y- not that you don't care what people think, but you don't let what people think or what you think people will think or what they think, you don't allow it to control your choices. Doesn't mean that you don't have worry around it, but you don't let it control you. And they see that and they appreciate that about you, that you're someone that is true to yourself. You're like, I'm going to be me. I'm not going to be mean about being me, but and like I said, I'm not going to not worry about what other people might think, but I'm not going to let it um, influence me. Yeah, yeah, the Queen of Wands. Yeah, again, this energy. Well, it'd be Aries energy, right? Queen of Wands, fiery personality, someone that's very strong, someone that when they want to do something, get out of their way because you will get it done. If something needs to get done, you're the person to ask because you will motivate, you will find a way. You have that energy. You make stuff happen. There's also, they realize you're very intuitive and have a connection with spirit y from and I don't know if they have a deep spirituality, but I feel like they're like you always tend to have this sense of to know what the answer is. Not that you're a know-it-all, they don't look at it that way, but because you connect with spirit, if you don't know, you kinda dial up your eye in the sky and go, "Huh?" And then you get an answer dropped into your head, and people are like, "Wow, you just knew that was the way to fix it?" And you're like, "Yeah, just from the hip." But a very strong, powerful energy, passionate about life. Maybe you can get a little fiery sometimes. You're an Aries, right? Aries rising. You see the world through that fire. But, um, but it's not something that they look negatively on, and they're like, "Yeah, I get riled up too," but I feel like if you heat up, you cool off fast too. And the Hierophant, yeah, they see you as someone stable here with this Taurus energy. And again, you see things like from this different perspective. Um, I just feel like you really enjoy. You have this is how they see you. You have the ability to really enjoy something. Like you can have a cup of tea or a piece of pie or a cookie, and you just really you're able to savor things in life, things you see, things you hear, things you taste and smell and touch, even the stuff you wear. It's like you're very sensory. Um, it's a source of your savoriness, and that you savor stuff, and that you can sit with something, and they like that about you. They like that These are things that they think about you. And they're like, wow, you just really, just like, oh, you're like, oh, wow, you really look at something and touch something and do that. Smell something. What is this? That's funny. Ah, well, thank you so much. I'm glad. I'm so glad. So I feel like that's the mind, the kind of the opinion they formed. Like if they were going to describe you to someone, they would use those terms. Emotions, let's see what's in their heart, which can be totally different. Let's see what we got here. Yeah, Two of Cups. They really do feel like you're an important relationship in their life. If you didn't tell me it was a romantic, I'd be like, ooh. We'll see what else here. But the Two of Cups is about important relationship. Doesn't have to be romantic, family, friend, good friend, but you are an important person in their life. Got the Ten of Pentacles, relationship energy. Are you sure? No, I'm just kidding. Fullness of life. And I feel like they do. And I feel like their heart, when they step away from spending time with you, they just feel this fullness. And this makes sense with these thoughts that have formed too, because there is this energy of when when I spend time with you, I leave your presence feeling like my life has been filled up, mentally, emotionally, spiritually, a physical world, like again, the sensory experience. Like I feel like you'll do things uniquely, like, "Hey, let's go to a Chinese tea ceremony," and they're like, "What?" And they go through it and they leave it going, "I will remember this the rest of my life." Like, wow, I feel like you bring experiences to people that are very unique, that things that you love that are different, you don't care. You're like, "Let's go do this," and, I like that. This is that kind of energy that I'm feeling with that. Yep, and then the Chariot. And you have this, energy, Cancer moon energy, with the Chariot, behind the scenes here. Very much a nurturing they feel very nurtured by you. Their heart feels very nurtured and cared for by you. And I feel like that's just your nature too. I feel like you care about people and you care for people. And you're the person that would if you're in town, you would stop by with food to make them feel better or some sort of sensory thing to make them feel better. And if it's out of town, you would do a Grubhub or something, or send them something to try to uplift their energies too. But they really their heart honors your nurturing energy that's there. Under the surface of all that, yeah, the 5 of Cups. This tendency for them to kind of fall into depression, to fall into feeling low. That 5 on the bottom is you help turn their frown upside down. Not out of, like, you feel like you have to solve it, but you do it from an intention and a place of love, not a place of defining yourself. And because of that energy that you do this for the other person, not for yourself, it comes through so much more powerful and more sincere too. I love that. I feel like you underestimate your impact on people. Um, and one day you'll find out. I almost want to cry that you'll find out the impact you've made on people in a positive way. I love that. Wow. All right. Let's get it together. And then what was up after that? I forgot. Where are we? Here we are. Um, oh, okay. Yeah, this is the will they say yes and would it actually happen, right? So will they say yes? Queen of Swords. This is the here if we go about it without expectation, seeing it from a higher perspective, then it is a yes, the Queen of Swords. Going back to the original with a 9 of swords on the bottom, right? You even have the King of Swords underneath that, which would be about being aware of the mind, seeing things from that higher place without expectation. And there is this balance of head and heart. And I do feel like that they're like, I could use some Aries rising time. So I feel like that is a yes. And then would based on current energies, would it really happen? Got the Eight of Pentacles. Yeah, the blood, the sweat, the tears. We do get the fruit of the labor. We have the Knight of Pentacles, another energy of the Pentacles in the outside world, and the Eight of Wands. Movement and flow. All these eights, right? Do we have another eight? I think it was another one, but this is a flow energy. The Knight of Pentacles, I feel like the Eight of Pentacles feels like it takes a little bit of work, and the Eight of Wands happens fast. But that Knight of Pentacles with this combination, I feel like they'll say yes. They'll okay, how about da da? And they're like, oh my god, can we move it to this time? I feel like there's going to be a reschedule. It will happen, but I feel like it takes a little longer. Something pops up and they need to push it back a couple hours or to the next day or something like that. But I feel like it does happen based on this energy. So I love that. Wow, wow, wow. And then let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. Let me just put these cards back in. See what we got going on. Wow, a lot of cards. Come on. Couple more, couple more. All right, there we go. I like putting them back in different places here. All right. Oh, that happened before. Yeah. Yeah, I get it. So what else? What else? Whoops. Pay attention. So I drop everything. All right. Discombobulated. All right, here we go. So a moment's regret. 16 here. What does this say? Nostalgia, idealizing the past, fearing you've made a mistake. All right, let's see what we got here. You are very welcome. Thank you so much. So Alice says, it was much pleasanter at home, thought poor Alice, when one wasn't always growing larger and smaller and being ordered about by mice and rabbits. I almost wish I hadn't gone down that rabbit hole. And yet, and yet, it's rather curious, this sort of life. Says when we make life changes and take large steps into the unknown, it is perfectly natural to have a moment or two when we wonder whether we've made a series of mistakes. And when this card comes to you, it shines a light on the doubts you're having and asks you to accept these uncertainties as part of the process of change. You are so very far away from where you once were, but you still have no clear idea of exactly where your path will take you, and you're filled with uncertainty. Instead of allowing dread to fill your mind, live as if life is a great adventure. Understand that as you change, there will be many ups and sometimes downs too. It is not in your best interest to judge yourself harshly. Instead, anchor yourself firmly in the present moment and allow any regret and nostalgia for your comfortable past to wash over you. Let it flow on by. You are on a remarkable journey of change. It is one that will lead to wisdom, experience, and adventure. You have made a wonderful choice, so take heart in knowing that all changes create waves and disruption. Do not make more of your misgivings than they are. They are the natural consequence of bravely stepping out of your comfort zone. Wow. The divination of the says, second guessing your decisions, berating yourself for the choices you have made, feeling regretful and missing what was, nostalgia, living in the past, a focus on what is going wrong or what could still go wrong. The reversal of this is forging ahead without reflection, an inability to marry the past, present, and the future. No thinking, no thinking back, a lack of attachment to what once was, the refusal to remember. See nostalgia as sentimental and foolish, a focus on the future, and lack of appreciation for what was good about the past. Wow. Interesting energies to reflect on there, but what in a little adventure is coming up there. So I love that for you. We're all a little mad here, and you can't have more if you don't have any. I love that. So what perfect. What a great um, resonance to recall a lot of the Alice in Wonderland journey that you've had in your life, right? I love that. All right, my dear. Well, that is what they have for you. Thank you again for your donation. Enjoy your time with your friend. So many blessings to you. Good, good, good. All right. All right. So up next, we do have Jojo, and then we'll jump to Sudeshna, and then love is the most powerful force. And then we'll jump back to Sudeshna. So that is where we're at right now for donations. So let me add this here. So Jojo, you are up at 146 even here. Let's put that in here. So thank you for your additional donation. Let's scroll up here. There we go. And we'll give that a love and a like since it lets me there. And you want to know, why did your sister say what she said? All right, because she crazy. That's why. Just kidding. If your sister's watching right now, it was just a joke. I didn't mean it. All right. So let's take a look here. We're going to look at why did the human character say what they said and why, and then we're also going to look at why, like the behind the scenes, why you wanted her to say those things for you. Ooh, deep, right? All right, let's take a look. So why did your sister say the things that she said? We got 1 and 2 and 1, and this is below the surface. Okay, and then why, the real why behind it all coming in here. All right. Bottom of the deck, you do have the 10 of Swords, which is a great energy. And I like this ending and new beginning. It's changing of mindsets here with all three of these cards on the bottom because you got the 6 of Swords, leaving behind old ways of thinking, looking at things from a different perspective, and the World card, of course, being the ending of a cycle, the beginning of a new adventure. But the 10 of Swords is an energy of uh, I'm tired of pleasing other people. I'm letting go of these expectations. I'm tired of people being disappointed in me. I don't care anymore, So there is this energy of letting go, freeing ourselves from this cage of supposed to be's, and then also releasing other people from it. Because as long as I have myself under any expectations, I'm going to have them on other people, and I'm going to be God's little sheriff reinforcing them. But when I set myself free, I don't care about anyone else. Because by golly, if I have to obey rules, everyone else is. But if I'm set free, I also free everyone else from their cage too, or the cage I'm trying to put on them. So interesting. All right. So let's dive in here. Why did your sister say what she said? Got the King of Pentacles. There is this sense of security with the King of Pentacles. She's kind of caught in defining herself by other people's actions, her relationship with other people, situations, possessions, money, the outside world. So that really caught up in this instability of defining themselves by things in the outside world. And because of that instability, she was unstable. And when we're unstable, then of course we always, you know, go into the cat mode here, 2-year old with its pet hissing cat. So it does feel like what was said from a place of reaction and fear, not pointed at you. It was just an expression of that feeling unsafe and feeling out of control, and that's something their inner child thought would help them feel in control. Interesting. We do have underneath that the Ace of Cups and the 10 of Wands. She is going through a little bit of a transformation here. Um, Yeah. You felt how that mirrored, right? But the 10 of Wands is a lot of energy being invested in trying to find self-love, but her journey is the ending and beginning energy, and she's also getting to that point of, I mean, all these tens and endings and beginnings energy. She's in a transformative place where something's about to click and break away from this defining myself by the outside world, and it's turning her in to find her self-love in here. So I feel like she's dealing with a lot of disappointment in the outside world. A lot of things aren't unfolding like they're supposed to, and it's freaking her the F out, is what I hear her saying. It's freaking me out. Um, what else? Why does she another 10 of cups? So there's all these 10s. What's below the surface here? An ace? No, the 2 of swords, yeah. The struggle between her head and her heart, that's coming in here. So definitely this struggle is coming to a climax, because her mind has all these rules, very strict rules, and her heart wants to be free, can't stand it anymore. Yeah, like you're freaking out. You're freaking the F out too. But it is a beautiful mirror of each other. And it tells you a lot. I feel like a lot of the fears that are bubbling up in both of you go back to your childhoods experiencing the same things. The fear of not being enough, the fear of abandonment, rejection, the very strict rules, the very controlling personalities that were about um, the fears of not being enough, not having enough. Really, with that King of Pentacles, it really comes into the fear of not having enough. Um, and it's like a little kid when they think that someone or something's going to take away all their toys, they hold on to their toys even tighter. In fact, they want your toys too. You know, this self preservation energy really activated. And And this is an important thing. You're both learning a lot through this, right? You're learning how you would define your worth by your sister's opinion and actions growing up. And those things are being brought to your face right now as she's being faced with whatever she's going through as well. Interesting. Well, why like that's why she's doing that stuff, right? Wow. I want that back. I need that. I need it. It's mine. Wow. That's a good validation of, like, she's in that place. Um, so I feel like that's why the human is doing what they're doing. And I don't know, I don't feel like there's nothing you can do in the physical world to calm her tits down. That's what your spirit guides say. You know, it's like, well, you can tell her, you know, I love you and as long as I'm alive, I will always be in your corner. Maybe something like that, but say that to yourself first. Tell that to your inner children, you know, "I will always be in your corner. I will always be here to protect you as much as I can." And maybe something along those lines to your sister too, if you mean that, which I feel like you do. But I feel like that. All right. But what's the reason behind the scenes? Why now? Why this? What do they want you to know? Yeah. Look, from your original reading, the Page of Wands, to be able to manage your energy, to realize um, I can stop myself from reacting and respond. I like that. And you have the Strength card, your Leo energy coming in here, which is about being strong, being a leader, realizing your inner strength through all of this, really connecting to it here as well. And the Three of Swords, yeah, dealing with that. Expectations equal disappointment. Didn't you get that in your first reading too? So you really it's bringing up these expectations to release yourself from these expectations, to step into the strength of who you are, really connecting with your higher self, remembering who you really are, that this is just a character you play, Jojo, but the real actor you are behind this character is a powerful, supernatural, eternal spirit being made of unconditional love, undefined by anyone or anything in this life. Underneath the surface, you do have the 9 of Pentacles. Yeah, this feeling of strength, this feeling of being okay being alone, facing the fear of being alone. But it also is a sense of independence that comes in here. So it allows you to define yourself inward, not outward with all this. And to know that you're never alone. That spirit is always with you as well. So I like that. Boom, boom, boom. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in too. So it wasn't about you. You didn't do anything wrong. Um, she was expressing her fears, and then all the triggers that were happening inside of you were happening for you because it is time to be set free from this pee 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 caca doo doo. What's that all about? All right, let's see what we got here. So you got growing up. Look, you're growing up. Oh, and it's about growing up. Wanting to grow in experience, rejection of perpetual youth. What is this? Open right up to it. So from Alice in Wonderland, it says, "Shall I never get any older than I am now? That'll be a comfort one way, never to be an old woman, but then always to have lessons to learn. Oh, I shouldn't like that." Here we are learning some lessons. So Alice is in Wonderland, and she wonders if she will ever leave or change or grow older. She understands this can have benefits, never growing old, infirm, forgetful, or having to rely upon others as the old so often must do. Even at her tender age, she realizes that if she stays young, she will always have lessons to learn, and that will be a great disadvantage. For Alice wishes to be clever, wise, and to have learned her lessons so she can move on to having a good life. When this card comes to you, it's a reminder of the many benefits of growing older and maturing. It encourages you to take each lesson as it comes, knowing you will become wise in time. If you were to stay young forever, these lessons would simply repeat and there would be no real getting of wisdom. Alice does not wish to become old, but nor does she wish to stay young and unwise. So consider the benefits of growing older. Surround yourself with people of varied ages and learn from their experiences. Work through your own lessons with practicality, patience, and enjoyment. We change physically as we grow older, and we become those to whom others run to make sense of life. So there is this that she comes to you for answers. And asking for that thing back was an excuse or a reason, but she really wanted to connect with you because you matter to her. Make becoming an ancient, an elder, your goal. Reject the need to stay one age forever, for that will keep you from the growth your soul longs for. The divination for the card says, understanding that the years bring their lessons to you. Embrace becoming an elder. Watching time makes its marks upon you and embracing the signs of aging. Understand the wisdom that can come with age. Being young at heart, yet yearning for encounters that will help you evolve, grow, and experience the fullness of life. The reversal of this, I like to read those just in case any of it resonates. It says, hanging on to youth at all costs, denying the existence of change as we grow older, being stuck in a habit of our youth. There we go, right? Wishing to be young again, feeling you have learned very little, although you are growing older, seeing maturation only as a process of deterioration, and concern about your face as you grow older. There's the nose job. I'm just kidding. That you talked about yesterday. I was like, no, don't come to me. I know nothing. Yeah. But sometimes it's just to listen. But you may not know, but spirit knows. So you can get quiet and just go, Creator, Spirit, what would you like me to say? Is there any wisdom that I can do here? Sometimes it's just going, I know this is tough. No, there's no wrong answer or right answer. Um, just different choices with different experiences, different outcomes. But I like that. Just know that whatever happens, I'm in your corner and we'll get through this together even sometimes is a great message, you know. So sometimes people come to us not for answers to their problems, but reassurance that regardless of the outcome, you'll still love me and still like me, maybe. Something to think about. But that's what they have for you, my dear. So thank you again for your donations. And I greatly appreciate that. Oh, I was like, what's coming through? My dentist appointment reminder just came through from my dentist for next week. Yay. All right. So hang in there, my dear. Hopefully that helps. Calm. It's all okay. It's all okay. Or rub your earlobes. Usa. Usa, someone used to do at work when they would freak out. It helps calm. Helps calm the human within us. All right. So many blessings, my friend. Hang in there. All right. Yeah. Let me just double check here. I just want to make sure. I had some text come in. I just want to make sure that's all it was. Okay. Since my host is upstairs recovering from her back surgery, I want to make sure she's okay. You're very welcome. All right. So up next we have Sudeshna, and then Love is the Most Powerful Force, and then back to Sudeshna. I think that's where we're at right now. So hang in there. We're at 2 hours, so I'll probably be finishing up these, and then if by 2:30, if I have more donations, I'll probably end up stepping away to complete the free readings, and then I'll come back any additional donations as well. All right, so Sudeshna, you are up for your first one here. Let's grab that here. There is your first, and we'll circle back for your second here in a moment. Yeah, USA. All right. Oh, actually, there's a couple more there. So sorry, Sudeshna. I just saw when I scrolled, you have 2 more after this. Let me just do times 2 so I don't confuse myself. All right. So, but your first one here, there it is. Let's give that a love and a like. So, you want to know? So, this is for you. A guy from college named Partha are texting you. Should you entertain him? What are his intentions? What can happen? Woo, woo, woo. Okay, let's take a look here. So of course with spirit, we talk about when we ask shoulds, right? There's no should from spirit. There's just different experiences with different outcomes. So we'll pull energy if you do entertain and if you don't, and then look at their intentions and what are the possibilities that could happen. That way you can make a choice of what you're wanting to experience. So if you entertain him, 1 card, okay. If you don't entertain him, what kind of energy? Okay, 2. What are his intentions? That's what I want to know. My little sister, what do you have? What intentions towards my little sister? Right. So you got 3 there. And then what, based on current energies, what can happen here? All right, and we got those there. All right. So, first of all, if you entertain them here, you have the Queen of Cups. Trust your gut and trust your intuition with this too. Follow your heart with this because there is a very deep emotional experiences that happen with them because the Queen of Cups rolls over the cup suit, gets a second portion. She's the master of emotion. So, regardless of what you're doing there, trust your instincts, trust that your empathic abilities, what you're picking up from them. But I do feel like it does bring up deep emotional experiences for you, which can be a positive thing, right? If you don't, um, you have the moon card enjoy energy here too. If you don't, you still have this emotional movement of energy, one that it feels like there's a joyful celebration kind of energy coming in here. Um, Between the two of these here, it does feel like you're going to learn a lot of things emotionally if you entertain them. If you don't, you'll still learn things, you'll just be happier. So, I know, I'm like, I'm almost saying to them, that's an extreme no, but let's see, we'll see what comes in here more for you here. Um, what are his intentions, right? 2 of swords energy coming in, which does have to do with kind of a dual intentions. We have the 3 of swords, which is expectations equal disappointment, and we got the death card with a death and rebirth, transformational energy. Again, it just feels here, what is this all about? Because there's a lot of mental expectations on what they're wanting, and it is a very secretive energy. Scorpio energy is like a secret holder in a way, and that's what the death card is with Scorpio. But all of this energy, it just feels like there's just some hidden motivations that are not coming forward. And let's see what could happen here with this energy because I feel like this will help, yeah. Because you could end up being lovers here in the Ace of Cups and the Nine of Wands. Yeah, this feels very weird, this energy coming in here. Because I feel like what could happen is you could end up in a relationship with them, but this Nine of Wands, you don't go very far. It's a block. And the Ace of Cups is turning you back to your self-love. So I don't feel like this is not a long term, this would be a stepping stone kind of energy. And I feel like you would have emotional lessons, but I feel like they are very caught in their mind. I mean, even the skull kind of reminds me of the head, right? That they're stuck up here. It's a very transformative energy, but I feel like there would be, this it would teach you a lot about the expectations and disappointments of relationship, which you could learn outside of that. Or you can go through, and this can be a stepping stone where experientially you could learn about expecting something out of a relationship and them disappointing you. Um, this is what I feel this kind of energy. I just feel like they're wanting interaction, but their intentions are secretive and unclear. And I don't feel like quite honestly, I don't feel like they are intending for like a long term relationship. They're just looking like for someone for now and maybe see where things go, but I don't feel like they have specific intentions of anything deep. So that's good to know. I don't like them for you. Maybe it's my big brother energy kicking in, but I just am like, you don't have to. You can, but go in with your eyes wide open, right? Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here from Alice in Wonderland. What else can you know about them here? Yeah, choices. Feeling blocked and restrained. There you go. Holding you back. Card number 6, but it is about choices. There's no wrong choice. It just this one feels like a heavy it's like, do I really want to I can go work on a pig farm if I want, but it might stink a little bit. I'll learn a lot, but do I really? Really? I don't know. Maybe put Vicks or peppermint under your nose. Anyway, from Alice in Wonderland, it says, there were doors all around the hall, but they were all locked. And when Alice had been all the way down one side and up the other, trying every door, she walked sadly down the middle, wondering how she was ever going to get out again. It's interesting, too, as well, that you don't have to try every door that comes knocking, right? Says when we are changing in order to find our own personal wonderland, we need to keep the momentum going in whatever area of our life the magic of change is arriving. This means leaving the in between lands of the idea and entering into the choices we must make to move forward. It may seem to you, as it does to Alice, that each choice presents a potential problem, that there is no one clear choice or way to go. Each door is locked, too small, impossible to open, or to even fit through. But Alice had not yet found the way. You two are on the road to finding the way to unlock the opportunities that all are all about you or surrounding you. It may also be that various tests of courage will reveal the key to the door, which will see you enter Wonderland. Right now, you have choices. Each of them may seem to have one or more drawbacks or obstacles. You feel that if you do not know how to get through to the other side, perhaps you're not meant to go there at all. Ooh. But look around you. There are solutions. There are ways through. You can create the next step, but you must be brave and willing to try something very new. And then you must be ready to deal with the uncertainty taking this step shall bring. If you peek through the keyhole, as Alice does, you will see the doorway leads to the loveliest garden you can imagine. You must find a way through because the delights that lie on the other side are worth this test. The challenge is how to reach the place. You may need to grow smaller, you may need to grow larger, you may need to change yourself in ways that initially seem very strange to you. And I feel like this is that finding your love on the inside with that Ace of Cups. This is your journey is to turn inward to find the love you're looking for. And the outside will continue to try to draw you to define yourself by the outside world and to try to find love out there because in that disappointment, it does again turn you back inward, right? And sometimes if we're struggling between the two, we'll have something come out to drag us out so that we can be like, oh God, and find our bearings and going, oh, this is not what I want. Then we return back inward, right? The divination of the card says choosing which way to go, a moment of decision, uncertain of what is best or what to do next, feeling like each door is closed, wanting to reach the next stage of your life, but not seeing a single way through. Yeah, it can be frustrating, right? The reversal of the card is about giving up too soon, feeling daunted by challenges, or stuck in an in between place, an unwillingness to alter habits in order to transform, and reluctance to move forward, a lack of curiosity. So interesting. Choices. So hopefully that helps a little bit there for you, Sudeshna, in deciding that. So, but there's no wrong choice, just different choices, different experiences, as always, right? All right. Sorry, I'm falling off my chair here. There we go. So, up next here, we have love is the most powerful force. Right. Oops. Let's grab your proper timestamp, which is 214444. Love the repeating numbers here. And let's give your donation a love and a like. Thank you for that. Appreciate that. And you'd like a general reading and then a free reading, which we'll probably get to some of those too. So we'll circle back around for that at the appointed time. But for now, let's see what Spirit wants you to know right now. All right. So what do you have here for love? All right. You got these two, these two, these two, and these two. Leading to these two, leading to that one. All right. 2 by 2 by 2 by 2. There's like a little bit of hopscotch going on. Like hop, hop, hop. Little bunny foo foo. I don't know if you've ever heard of that. Little bunny foo foo hopping down the bunny trail, finding the little fairies and knocking them on the head. It's an old one. We used to sing around a campfire when we were young. It's silly. But you actually have two, 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 and there's a hidden one here. So there's actually 3 leading to the one. The 7 of Pentacles is on the bottom of the deck, which does talk about, phases. The last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit. And that in the perfect timing, like the phases of the moon, you do come to fruition to begin again, which this is what this feels like. Like you had a 1 over here, and then it's been kind of stuck on 2. You did step 1, then you're step 2. I'm still in step 2. I'm still in step 2. I'm still on step 2. Okay, and then I go to step 3, and now I'm back to step 1. So there is a a feeling of there's something that you've been feeling maybe stuck on, but it's perfect timing. There's like something has to be planted, and then something has to break out of the shell to move up to break the surface, and then there's something about the tree needs to grow branches and then leaves, and then here comes the fruit, and then you start the seasons all over again. So there is that energy, whatever you feel like maybe has been feeling stuck or been taking its good old time to come around. Um, you've been in this process. I feel like you're on the verge here of the fruit. That's why they've been telling you it's perfect timing. And they're going to step through those steps. So the first step was the planting of the seed. You do have the Wheel of Fortune and the Emperor. Yeah. So there is something here around an ending and a beginning with the Wheel of Fortune, and with the Aries energy of the Emperor, about you were choosing something before where you got cleared the throne room, you got out of your head and into your heart and go, this is something that I want. You made a plan, and then you started taking action toward it. So this was the original planting of the seed. It takes you back a few months, maybe even 7 months ago, with the 7 really sticking out for me here, where you're like, all right, this is what I'm going to begin to work on. And the first piece was to decide what you wanted, and then putting a plan together, and then taking action. This 7 of Pentacles, I do feel like there's been steady action toward it. Yeah, and you have the 6 of Swords. You've been questioning, leaving behind old ways of thinking, looking at things from a higher perspective, moving from emotional choppy waters to emotional calm waters, with the Lovers card here too. I don't feel like this has to do with romance or relationship energy really with this particular place. This feels like movement of the old way I would look at a story and finding a new way I look at the story, and then changing the soundtrack, the emotional soundtrack that goes along with the story. Before it was a scary story with spooky music, and now it's more of a higher love story of your life with love music instead. Something that's more higher vibrational, that you've changed the story and changed the emotions to match it. So you've been going through that, releasing the old to move to the new here as well. And then the third step, you have the 10 of Pentacles in the Tower. Yeah, there was part of the process was something being removed out of the physical world. The 10 of Pentacles here in the Tower was making space for something new. This can also be a change of how you were defining success. Instead of looking at for the outside world, you remove some of those beliefs and those like the indicators of what success means, going, no, that doesn't mean that. No, I don't need that. I don't need this. So there was, again, with this 10 energy in the towers and ending and beginning transformation energy of letting go of old ways of what success means and a change of my worth. And you move some stuff out to create a new definition of success here as well. I like that. Which brought you to the fourth where you felt stuck. Yeah, really letting go of a lot of long held beliefs. You have the 3 of Swords, which for me is it's expectations equal disappointment. It's that disappointing feeling we feel when expectations don't come about. And the Devil card, Capricorn, doing the work, Saturn energy, is the questioning long held beliefs. If you've ever heard of a Saturn return, it's when Saturn returns back to where you were born, um, where it was at when you were born. It's every 28, 29 years, but it can impact us 3 to 5 years before and after that. So it's anywhere, what, from 23 to 33, and then the next one is around 58, 59, which I just went through my Saturn return. My second one, again, 5 years before and after, uh, 3 to 5 years before and after. So you do have this energy of questioning and releasing old ways of thinking because they don't fit anymore. And again, this releasing of the stories, the releasing of how things should be and the expectations that surround things. So you've been doing the work, and the whole thing with Saturn is they're the taskmaster. They do give you a challenge, but they give you a reward for doing the work, right? So you've been doing the work, which has been saying here. Now you're the fruit, the reward is about to come, which is next, which you have the King of Cups. Yeah, this beautiful balance between head and heart coming in here. You also have the Maiden of Pentacles, Page of Pentacles. Here's this opportunity in the outside world, a sense of fullness and abundance in the outside world, and the Queen of Wands, too. So I like this energy because the Queen of Wands has to do with this connection to you, the spirit, but also this stepping into your power in different ways. The King of Cups rolls over emotion but gets the swords behind the scenes. The Queen of Wands is about power and energy and investing your energy, like almost like the King of Wands, but they have emotion behind it too. So this empathic ability, this balancing energy really is coming in here. So there's a both an energetic, I feel like a significant emotional transformation and a mental change too. Oh, and then you have the pentacles, which is the outside world. So you have all four areas of your life you're feeling an impact in, and it's an upgrade. It feels like you feel this mental release, this emotional release. You do feel this empowerment, as well as this abundant feeling in the outside world. So I love all that. So the Seven of Pentacles is coming to fruition, and I feel like you're on the verge of that. I do feel um, this last week of October and November, December, these next 9, 10 weeks is when you're feeling the fruition just come in and build and build and build and build. Which brings you to start all over. You have the Eight of Wands. So a new passion, a new drive. And the Eight of Wands is about new messages from Spirit too, new guidance on a new step, a next step. But a lot of messages from Spirit coming in to guide you on your next adventure. So I love that for you. It's been worth the wait. So I like that. We'll see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. soon as I put all your cards back in. Couple more. There we go. All right. And from Alice Wonderland, let's see what we got here. So what else? All right, there we go. All right, there we go. You got the number 4, which is falling. And this is the unknown, the descent, the momentum, the change. So perfect energies of what we were talking about, right? So Alice in Alice in Wonderland says, I wonder if I shall fall right through the earth. You are presently experiencing a time of descent. You are in between worlds, yet to land, yet to know what will come next, yet to feel the impact of the inevitable moment when your feet touch the earth again. At present, it is natural to feel doubt, discouragement, nerves, and even fear. You have leaped, now you must fall. Soon you shall land, but first comes the descent. Wow. Excuse me, let me take a quick sip here. Something about I got a tickle in my throat. Something about speaking your truth too. I like this. So you have launched yourself into the unknown, taken a risk, dared to follow your instinct without the thought and consideration that would have seen you miss the chance that will come to you. But right now, you're completely within the process of descent. You may have allowed yourself to let go of people, places, objects, roles, or ways of being. There's that tower. It could be that a relationship, a type of career, or the routine you once had is now in flux. Something has unraveled and you're moving into a different part of your destiny. A fall can be accompanied by disillusionment, a sense something is being broken, a shattering of beliefs and perspectives, and the inability to know what will come next. You may wonder, just like Alice, whether you will fall right through the earth. In other words, will everything in your world end? Will you simply keep falling, falling with no end at all? It will end. There will be a new place and a fresh way of being to explore. For now, surrender to the descent into the passageway to the next life. The fall is the moment before rebirth or harvest. The best possible response is to relax into the fall, observe, and wonder at what is to come. No, this was the only way through to the next stage of your evolution, the entrance to your own wonderland. There is no new discovery without descent, without relinquishing some of who you were. This is the way you will become who you are next meant to be. Wow. The divination of the card is the in between, the end of what once was, the letting go of who you were and rebirth into a new life. Unknown outcomes, complete immersion in the process of change. The reversed meaning of the card says holding on to what's no longer best for you, the fear of what comes next, the inability to surrender to the process of change, and wanting all to remain the same, even while change is taking place. So that's some things to be aware of that could be bouncing around below the surface, but I feel like most of it that just aligns with your reading. So I like that. All right. So that's what they have for you. Love. Thank you again so much for your donation and many blessings to you. All right. So Sudeshna, we're at 2.5 hours. So I'm going to step away to complete some free readings. I will come back. We'll definitely finish your other two donations here in a moment. But let me grab here the free readings that we had up here. So let's see. We had here. Let me make sure I got them all. So we got Ashish. We have Mika Khan. We have Ateshi. We've got Brenda. And then Patricia said, hello, hello. Hey, Patricia. You're excited to see what comes through. I've been manifesting locations. I don't see a question from you. If you're here, pop one down below because I'm not sensing a question in that, but I could be missing it. So let me know if you do have a question. Okay. And like I said, we have content. Okay. We did those. Then we have cat goddess. Let me grab that one here. Whoops. That's not what I wanted to touch. There we go. Wrong button. Not sure if you guys saw the bright light. A big Google screen opened. All right. And then I'm me. And apologies. They're using the at signs again of our screen names instead of the origin, like your chosen one. Um, so if your name is different, I apologize. If you're like, Beretta, it's me, I'll be like, I don't know if your name is different. All right. So we did those. We did those. Thank you guys for your patience as I scroll down here. Okay. We did those. All right. And then butterfly A. We got ears here. And okay, we did that one. We did that one. All right. And Olivier Vagata. I'm not sure if I said hello to you. If I missed that, I'm so sorry. Hello. Okay. Did those. Did those. Did those. Okay. All right. And we have Swaroop Bobby. Let's grab yours, put yours down there. Okay. Let me grab this up here just since I have that here. Okay. And then we have your two here, Sudesh. Let me just grab those just so I have them. All right. And did anyone else add anything in here? Wait, there was another love. I think I went right past yours here. Yeah, free reading. I totally missed that. It blended in with the other question there. That's so let's put that down here. I think that was before Swaroop. Yeah. So that will be before Swaroops. All right. Or was it? Hold on. My bad. It's after. All right. Now we have that right. All right. So we got what? One, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12. I think I've got 12 free readings. So we should be able to do those in about 30 minutes. So we'll make sure those get done here next. And then we'll circle back for the two other readings for Sudeshna for the donations. Wow. All right. Let's take a look. Let's shuffle up and we'll dive into the free readings. Thank you guys again so much for all your thumbs up. It tells me you enjoy the readings and the free readings, a way to give love back to me and to my channel. So thank you so much. You're part of the love tsunami, helping spread that love. So I'm so grateful. Something everyone can do for free. So I am grateful. All right. So Ashish, you are up. Let's grab your time stamp here. Of course, free readings are a little faster. They're just one to two cards, so those would be a little faster. So I'm going to know you've never been in a successful relationship before. Is something wrong with you? Obviously, no, not at all. Um, everything is growth. Everything is stepping stones. All of our lives are perfect, right? I mean, they're always unfolding in a way that's aligned for our adventure. And that you've and it's interesting because they're saying every relationship you have been in has been successful It may not just have met your expectations of your human, but your from your higher self standpoint, every relationship you have, you grow and they've been stepping stones, allowing you to learn things about yourself and to grow so that when you end up in a relationship that will last a very long time, you're learning through these others so that you don't bring all that stuff in. You don't want to learn through that, um, because then you don't have that experience with that person that will keep bubbling up. Instead, these others you learn and you're able to release when you find the new person, that final one, if that makes sense. Let's see what else they want you to know here as well. Yeah, you have the Nine of Cups. Does your dream come true? And they're showing it's, these relationships are all part of the dream. Even though from a human standpoint, we might be like, "Ugh, why would I want to experience that crap?" Right? It's like, no, we're learning and growing through it all. And eventually we're able to look back through those relationships. Instead of looking at them as failures, we can look at them and we move from a place of feeling like this is happening to me, that these happened for me, that I wanted to experience these because I learned a lot about myself. And now I can look back and go, what did I learn through each of these relationships? What was I wanting to see about myself until I saw it? They were being mirrors for me. I look at my five successful relationships, those that are no longer in my life. But when I reflected back on them, I did learn and I learned about myself and I realized that they were my teachers showing me what I wanted to see about myself until I saw it. And I know I was repeating a lot of different they showed up in different ways, but each of them showed me some disrespect in one way or another. Cheating, how they talked to me, how I felt used, not having enough time, making me feel like not making me, but you know, from my viewpoint, you're trying to fit me in between the important things, realizing that I was trying to fit myself in between the important things. I was cheating on myself with them because I was defining myself by the outside world. I was talking harshly to myself in here. It was all being mirrored and through these relationships so I could learn about it. So, that's an important thing to realize that all these relationships were showing you for you. And now is a time you can look back and look at when you look at it as if it was happening for you, what gift were in these relationships for me? Instead of looking at them as all this stuff that happened to me and their failures and not successful, it's they were all successful, and they'll be successful as I look and glean what I could learn from them, right? I like that. Yeah, the Six of Swords. They are teaching you to let go of expectations, let go of old thoughts and beliefs of mindsets of should be and supposed to be, need to be, and have to be. Let go of old ways of thinking around relationship so you could grow and see them from a different perspective. You've been learning to go from choppy waters to calmer waters. And I'm sure if you really take a moment and sit down and journal from relationship one, what you want to get off your chest and what you've learned through those, you're going to see as you reflect back that I made different choices, and I grew through each one. That I wasn't just going in circles. I was going up a spiral staircase, and even though sometimes it feels like I'm back in the same place, you're a whole floor up, and then again another floor up. That you weren't going in circles. You were walking upward towards your relationship. So hopefully that helps a little, Ashish. That's what they have there for you. Be sure to check out my podcast, The Easier Path. We're starting to talk about relationships and different ways of looking at life to help our path be easier instead of harder. So you might find some tidbits from Spirit there too. The playlist is in the description box of the video. All right, that's what they have for you, my dear. Mika Khan, you are up. Let's grab your timestamp here. Boom, boom. There we go. And he would like to please channel the accurate information, the exact information from source. AAG, how can I have unlimited amount of HHV in your BRN, which they um, can't TME or get NME? I'm sure Spirit knows what you're talking about there. Also, how can I stop going to that P? All right, let's take a look here. I feel like we want to. I've got these healing and the law of attraction cards. Of course, around medical questions, see the disclaimer, I'm not a licensed medical professional. Tarot's designed for entertainment purposes and fun. Always seek a professional medical, a medical professional making your decisions, of course. So, disclaimer made. Let's see what we have here. I'm not sure. I'm going to channel what spirit has for you. It's always accurate for that. But you're wanting, I need to know exactly how to do it. Well, we'll see what spirit wants to tell you, though. I'm just the messenger. All right, let's take a look here. Yeah, interesting. Okay, we'll see that. And then how can you stop going to that P? Okay. This is it here. All right. Now, as far as how can you have unlimited amount of HHV in your, I don't know if that's in your brain, BRN, but um, it's interesting. I feel like we've might have talked about this before, and it had to do with energy, and that's what's coming through here. You've got this, and this is from um, what is her first name? I keep on thinking it's different. Esther Hicks, who channels Abraham. My every thought is vibrating, and my vibrating thoughts are attracting, right? Says every thought vibrates. And so focus upon thoughts that make you feel good, which will attract others and others and others and others and others until your vibrational frequency will rise to the place that your inner being can fully envelop you. And then you will be in the place of well being, and your physical apparatus will catch up very quickly. Your physical apparatus, right? Your physical body. This is our absolute promise to you. You may begin to watch for dramatical physical evidence of your recovery, for it is the law. So perfect. This is about whatever I focus on is what grows and expands. So, the exact way for anything to grow anything in our life is not to focus on the lack of, because when our energy focuses on lack, we draw more lack in, right? If I want, that actually is lack energy and that pushes it away. You come back to this moment and then in gratitude, sincere gratitude, you can't fake it. If you're like, yeah, I'm grateful for this, when is it going to happen? We're focusing in on the lack, right? But if I focus on as much as I can, sit in gratitude with the creator and the universe and whatever you believe your higher power to be, and just I'm grateful for the HHV that I have. And I'm grateful that you love me and that, you know, I can trust in you and that you're bringing me the perfect experience. I trust you. I love you. And I'm grateful. I'm grateful. I'm grateful. And the more that you're grateful for the HHV, and everything else in your life, the more you draw in things to be grateful for. So our energy, our bodies are such an amazing machines, amazing creations. We can self-heal so much. Anything that's lacking can be created within us. Just needs to be activated. There's so much unknown about the human body, but energy and higher vibration, unconditional love, gratitude, joy, laughter, any of that is higher vibration that draws it in. If I'm focusing on my fears, focusing on my pain, focusing on what's not happening, I get more of that lower vibrational experience. So um, that is how you can change that. How can you stop going to that place? Yep, the moon energy. There is this, the moon is Mother Moon. There is this getting in tune with your emotional center. Um, and there is connecting with spirit with this energy too, with the moon. There's a lot of hidden things below the surface, emotions that can be looked at as well, because our energy is one piece of what we attract into our life. But our inner child, which is um, our subconscious, our unconscious, they learned young when we were 7 years old and younger, the rate of exchange, what we feel like, what my worth is, like how much I have to give in order to receive. And it's way out of balance when we're young. And I feel like they're bringing in those two different areas. One is what we attract, but if I don't feel worthy to receive, I have this force field up that doesn't allow it in. So it's about visiting your emotional inner child and going, who were those individuals when you were 7 years old and younger, even into the womb, that you felt you had to give so much to deserve so little? And it's about releasing and forgiving them, allowing this emotional release and talking to your inner child, bringing that subconscious, way out of balance rate of exchange into your consciousness, and then talk with your inner child and go, we deserve 1 to 1, not 1,000 to 1, where I have to give 1,000 to get one back. We deserve that. That allows those force fields to come down to allow things to come to you as well. So hopefully that was deep. I know, Mika, but that's what they have for you. Hopefully that helps. Hang in there, my dear. We send you so much love. Many blessings to you. All right. Ateshi, you are up. Let's grab your timestamp here. There we go. Oops, let's try that again. There we go. So, what are you supposed to learn regarding this connection with HL? You can tell we're in Scorpio season, right? We're diving into some deep stuff today. Definitely. So, let's see here. Uh, what is the purpose? What are you to be learning through this uh, here for you? You got the Seven of Swords and the Full card. Yeah, there is this. The Seven of Swords is a betrayal energy, and the Full card is about a new beginning, a new start, right? Aquarius energy, which is about letting go away of the old ways of thinking because they don't fit anymore, the old beliefs. And that's what the Seven of Swords does. It's an energy of betrayal, of thievery, of being lied to. But the Seven of Swords, even though we can experience those things in the outside world, Seven of Swords refers us back to us, because things we experience in the outside world, if I'm experiencing betrayal out here, then somewhere in here, my stories, my thoughts, my beliefs are betraying me. Thievery, if I have thievery in the outside world, I have thievery in here. It's stealing opportunities. And that's what these expectations do. These thoughts and beliefs and mindsets of, this is how things are supposed to be, should be, how things can't be, how they have to be, and it's restrictive. It is what steals opportunities and steals our joy and higher vibrational experiences, because it keeps us trapped, keeps us low. So what you're learning a lot with this connection with HL, I feel, are your beliefs around relationship, long held thoughts and beliefs, opinions you had growing up around who they're supposed to be, how, what they're supposed to bring into a relationship, how a relationship is supposed to form, how it's supposed to progress, how the outcome is supposed to be, what it's supposed to bring me, and even who I'm supposed to be in this relationship. I'm exhausted just talking about all that, right? It is exhausting, and that's what happens. What you get to learn is that when you have expectations on relationships or anything in the world, it sucks the life out of things. It makes it us focus not on what we're grateful for about what is happening. We just check it off. That happening? Yeah. Is that happening? Yeah. There's not gratitude in that. There's just, it's happening. It's happening. That's not happening. We circle it. We focus in on the not happening. The Full card is an energy. It's the first card in the major arcana. It's letting go of old cycles. This is a new adventure, free of expectations, full of possibilities. So a lot of what you're learning is to let go of all this pressure, all this fear of what people will think and what we're supposed to do, and this fear of failure and checking off all that stuff, and it's more about living in an adventure with someone instead of trying to get to a certain points because all these expectations, it takes us all this energy just to get up to 0. How I recognize when I'm to that, if I'm focused on expectations, that I feel I'm behind. Because when there's expectations, we're hardly ever meeting 100%. We're always striving to get up to 0. So we always feel like we're in the negative. So if we feel like I'm behind and I'm rushing and I'm striving, I'm trying to catch up, then I'm living under expectations. When I have no expectations, then I'm living in abundance because there's 0. Anything that happens is above and beyond the expectations and extra. So you get to feel like you're living abundance instead of working, trying to achieve something. So I feel like that's a big piece of what you're learning, what you wanted to learn during this. There's no supposed tos. This is like what you intended to learn through this relationship. And if you don't learn in this one or you learn a little bit, you'll just learn more in the next one and the next one. Trust me, I know 5 relationships. I kind of learned the hard way and slowly. So, no judgment here, but just a heads up. All right. All right. So, that's what they have for you, Ateshi. All right. And then Brenda Globy, you are up next. Let's grab your timestamp here. All right. And you want to know, what did KTH appearing when AS was driving back home mean? All right, let's take a look here. What did that mean? All right, we got 2. Boom, boom. Yeah, it's interesting. We've got the Ace of Pentacles and the Empress card. Both of these are about abundance energies in the outside world. Mother Nature, Mother Nurture energy comes in here too. And and of course, ruled by Venus. You can see Venus on the top of the Empress there. And it is this. There's like I'm being pulled in 2 different directions. One of it is it's a foreshadowing of an experience, getting together in the future here, because the Ace of Pentacles is creating a new experience there, and that's part of the harvest, part of the energy that's coming here. But this Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, it's also pointing us back at ourselves that there was something about that when AS saw KTH, it created something within them that felt very emotional because the Empress rules over all 4 queens, and all 4 queens have cups energy, emotional energy that they give to the Empress, plus the Queen of Cups. That's 5 parts emotion, 1 part fire, 1 part earth, 1 part air. So a lot of emotional energy was triggered here too. And it was for it. It's something to create something within, to transform an emotional energy within. So they came across their path to trigger, to foreshadow that there is going to be another occurrence where they see each other again in the future. But there's a lot of whatever this bubbled up, this great emotional energy. It's to take the time to reflect on that so that we'll be more prepared for when we bump into them again in the future or whenever this get together happens. So hopefully that makes sense, Brenda. That's what we have for you. So many blessings to you. All right. And then content, you are up. Let's grab your timestamp here. Whoops. Try that again. All right. And then how would your mom react if you started dating DJJ? All right. Let's take a look here. Based on their current energies, based on your mom's current energies, this is how she would react. Okay, we do have this one and we do have this one here. All right. I feel like with the 10 of cups, she would be happy for you with the 10 of cups. That's joy, happiness, and that energy, and I feel like that's directed towards you. But she would be a battle between her head and her heart with the 2 of swords. So she would have like, her heart would be like, "I'm happy for you," but that little mind of mama, it's almost like, "No one will ever be good enough for you," but they'll be analyzing, checking off, going, "Well, they're this and they're this," kind of energy coming in here. But I do feel like, she's happy for you because she loves you and well, if that makes you happy. But in the inside, her heart, of course, that's her heart, mama's heart wanting her baby to be happy. But then the mind is the judgmental one, the noodle that just rakes them over the coals and go, they're, I don't know. So they're going to be observing, gathering information on him. But I feel like their reaction would be kind of mixed because at first the heart's like, "Oh wow, I'm so happy for you," and they're like, "Them?" like, "Oh, okay. Well, I'm happy for you." Kind of mixed reaction where you're like, "What?" Because she's reacting from two different places, her heart and her head. So hopefully that makes sense. Content. That's what they have for you. So many blessings to you. Right? Cat Goddess, you are up. Look at 255.55. Look at that. Boom, boom, boom. All right. There you go there. Hey, Maria P. Hello, hello. You'd like to know what advice or guidance your future self has for you currently in the present. All right. So them reflecting back the future self based on your current path, because you have all these, your future self in a way transforms based on your choices. You end up being in a variety of different places. So based on your current path and trajectory of your choices, we're talk to that one. But tomorrow you could end up being this one, and the next day you could end up being this one, and the next day this one, which is amazing that we have that ability, different representation. So anyway, the advice from that future self today is, yeah, we got the 9 of Pentacles and the Maiden of Wands. There is this energy of one, sorry, I just need to slipping off my chair again. The 9 of Pentacles just is really loud because it says, um, if you can't be happy and content alone, you can't be happy and content with someone else, because happiness happens in here, not out here. So if I can't be happy in here for no reason at all, then I can't be happy in a relationship with someone. Um, and that's an important thing. It's this independence. I can be happy independently. And the Maiden of Wands, the Page of Wands, is an energy of, and realize your power, that whatever you focus in on grows and expands, and that the world doesn't happen to you. No one makes you feel a certain way. No one, um, determines your story of your life except you. No one gets to choose the energy that you're drawing towards you or your physical actions. Yeah, they can give you a lot of opinions, but no one can decide. You are the decider, you are the choice maker for your own life. And that they're all, both of these energies are so powerful. About realize how powerful you are. You're not at the whim of the outside world. The world just is. You get you apply meaning to life here. You apply your emotional soundtrack to that meaning here. You get to choose what your focal energy is. Whatever your being in life is what you draw more of. And you, whatever physical actions you put out also draws physical things back to you. So, a great awareness of that. You're not on an out of control drama train, that you are the one in charge. Um, and it's important for you to know. So I feel like that's what they have for you, cat goddess. So many blessings to you. Meow. All right. And then we have Aimee. You are up. Let's grab your timestamp here. Boom, boom, boom. There we go. And hello, you would love to ask any guidance on career. You're contemplating if you should leave your current job next year and try a remote one. All right. What we'll do here from spirit standpoint, there's no should, there's just different choices with different outcomes and different experiences. So what we'll do is we'll do one card if you stay in the job and one card if you leave the job, and then you can see what energies are around each, and then you get to decide what you want to experience. That's your power. So let's see here. If you stay where you're at, no changes, what kind of energy do you experience? What do they want you to be aware of, right? And then if you make a change and go remote, what kind of energy comes with that? You do have the Two of Pentacles, and there's kind of a balanced outside energy here when it comes to staying where you're at. Just keep doing the same old, right? It's repeating the cycles. It's almost like an infinity symbol. It feels like forever, right? On its side here, that it just continues and it just continues. And I feel like you would get bored with it. There's a balancing energy here, but it also gets boring, right? Um, Trying for a remote job, you do have the 10 of Swords. This is an ending and beginning energy, and it's actually a positive one. The 10 of Swords is about, I'm sick and tired of trying to please everyone else and do what everyone else wants me to do, tired of fearing disappointing others, and I want to choose for me. The 10 of Swords is letting go of those supposed to be's and should be's and need to be's and have to be's and must be's, and do something that is in alignment with my heart, not my mind. And I like this because you know, I really feel like this is a good thing here. I mean, obviously, the way they presented it is, unless you're like, no, I like stability and boredom, then stay with where you're at now. But if you want to get out of that box and out of that prison of the mind and the supposed to be's, the working remotely creates new experiences, new excitement, allows you to get outside the box and feel more free as well. So I like those energies for you. And it feels very supported. So I feel like it's good for you to go for it, but you get to decide. At times in our life, we do like boredom and things staying the same, but I feel like you're ready for something new. All right, so that's what they have for you, Amy, and many blessings to you. All right, and we have Tasha up next. Let's grab your timestamp here. We'll do a few more free readings here, and then I'm going to return back to the donations, and then I'll see if I'll finish up the other free readings. But we're going to finish up a few here. So you want to know here, Tasha, will Connor message you for reconciliation? All right, based on current energies here. All right, I feel like I want to go to a when. I feel like you would want to know when. If it is, when, right? So, based on current energies, can you tell us here about, is there reconciliation, and if so, when? All right, we'll pulling from these learning tarot that actually have these time on it, and we do have both the Empress and the Magician. Divine masculine, divine feminine energy here. And the Magician is about action or the possibilities of it happening. The Empress is about abundance and fullness of life, but it is about Mother Nature, Mother Nurture. And the Magician is telling you, one, knowing that you have everything you need inside of you, that you don't need someone to complete you, right? Good reminder. You probably already know that. Good reminder that coming back to you, that I am the love of my life, not someone else. No one else can bring me anything um, that I need inside of me. They can bring above and beyond extra, but what I'm looking for comes within me. And I feel like that's an important piece of all this because the journey right now, it's going to be either April 21st to May 21st of next year or August 23rd to September 22nd of next year, based on current energies. And that just means that there's an opportunity for growth through this, that you don't want to reconcile until you've grown, until they've grown, because Otherwise, you're just going to keep doing what you've always done and get what you've always gotten. So there is growth energy here of managing your energy, nurturing yourself, coming back to you. What did I learn during this relationship about myself, about what is spirit wanting me to know around interactions here? Got divine masculine, feminine, though. What actions can I take towards myself? And then what can I ask spirit for to receive? And I feel like that's a big piece of this here. So it is possible in the future, but I kind of feel with because this is kind of like this nudge toward an inner journey. Um, because again, you don't want to, it's like your soul doesn't want to keep doing what we've always done and getting what we've always gotten. We're ready for higher vibrational experience, love, relationship, not what we've had before. Because otherwise we just keep going through the same crap, right? We don't want to do that. So there is this journey, but I feel like as you journey on the inside, you're going to look at what relationship you had and go, I don't want that. In fact, I don't have that draw to them anymore. You've become I was going to say a princess butterfly, and um, they're still a caterpillar because they're not going to do a whole lot of changing, but you are changing, and it just the energy doesn't match anymore. Their energy doesn't match yours. They can't go where you can go as a butterfly. And it's realizing I'm going to find a butterfly that can go the distance with me, that wants the same things as me, because butterflies like nectar. Caterpillars like to eat leaves. So it's like, man, I'm not sure. Right. So hopefully that helps there right now for you, Tasha. So hang in there. Many blessings to you. All right. And then Butterfly A, you are up here. Let's grab your timestamp. All right. You want to know what are Pisces C feelings for you? All right. So their feelings right now for you based on Pisces energy. Remember, what people feel about others has a lot to do with how they feel about themselves. Yeah, we do have here, we've got the Nine of Swords, which is a lot of nightmare and insomnia. A lot of their mind has fears of moving forward here, fears of letting their heart out because they feel like their heart will be hurt. But that's not a personal thing. That's just an experiential thing that they've experienced over and over and over again. Why would they think you'd be any different than what they've experienced in the past? That's why they have fears that come in there with all that. The Four of Pentacles, it's a solid foundation in the outside world. Um, but there is this discontent, this instability they feel, which happens. The Four of Pentacles teaches us that when we define ourselves by the three buckets of the outside world, relationships with all sorts of humans, friends, family, lovers, whatever, situations and things, all those things are unstable out there. People pass away, people change, people walk away. Situations never stay the same. Things break down, deteriorate, blow up, burn down. So they're in this instability. They feel like, why do I feel so unstable? I have all these fears. They're in this whirlwind. And but there is that hesitancy to um, share their emotions. There's this longing here, and I feel like their feelings are more rooted in how they feel about themselves and how they're supposed to feel and how you're supposed to make me feel. And I hope I'm making you feel the way you want to, but they're really, it feels like now focused on, because they feel so unstable and there's so much fear there of rejection, of uh, being betrayed and hurt and everything else, that they're very hesitant on sharing those emotions that are below the surface here. So they've got some inner work to do to feel more safe to be able to share their heart, but I don't feel like it's there right now. So hopefully that makes sense. But that's what's coming in right now, Butterfly. So many blessings. Hang in there. And then Livier Vagara, you are up. Let's grab your timestamp. And this is about 30 minutes. So after this one, I will return back to donations to finish those up. And then once I finish those up, we'll see where we're at on timing and see if I finish the other free readings, but we will do these. So, Olivier, will you have the opportunity sometime in the future to visit Dora? Will she be happy to see you? All right. Hey, hello, hello. Let's take a look here. So, based on current energies, is there an opportunity to visit her? And if you do, would she be happy to see you? Let's take a look here. So Dora the Explorer. That's what it keeps coming by. Yeah, Queen of Pentacles in the future. This is abundance. This is fullness, harvest, energy. So that would be a yes, that you do have possibilities in the future to visit. And would she be happy to see you? Oh, the Tower card. Interesting energy that comes in here. I do feel that they would. It kind of, I don't know if this feels sudden energy, but I do feel like she will, because she will have experienced a tower moment right before your visit. So it's like perfect timing when you go to visit, because she has like this huge pocket in her life that suddenly something happens where something or someone's removed out of their life, which creates this space, this empty space that they fill in their life. And here you come with your bright, beautiful love energy and smile and this friendship that they're like, oh my God, I'm so glad you're here. You've made such a horrible experience that I just had. You've made it feel easier. And I like that for you here. So I definitely feel that, um, that energy coming in here. So I like it. They're happy to see you. But it's like it's so perfect, the timing of it, I feel as well. So hopefully that makes sense. Yay, travel time, Olivier. All right. You are very welcome. Thank you again. Enjoy, enjoy, and thanks for all your well wishes. And enjoy that. I love that. Let me see here. I'm just gonna pull a quick timing card here for you from the Learning Tarot. Spirit was like, when? Do we have any idea when? Based on current energy, of course. Well, I got the Three of Cups. June of next year, June 6th to June 22nd. So it's a ways off a little bit, based on current energies, but we got the gathering, the get together with the Three of Cups. But it does feel like it's next year, coming in there. Current energy, anyway. So we'll see how that goes. All right. So let me just make sure here. I just want to make sure I gather the rest here. We did that. All right. I just think it's Maria P. I think you're the only one that came in with a free reading. I'll add you on the list here. Let's see if we get that far here. Oops. Put it in the wrong place. Oh, yeah. Okay. Oh, what did I do here? Hold on. Oh, that's up there. Okay. I was like, why did I had someone's name twice? But it's because I copied and pasted something that I wasn't meaning to do there. Okay. So we have Swoop. Love is the most powerful force for the free reading, and Maria P. I think that's it. Oh, you like the shirt? Thank you, my little uh, kitty cat ninja. All right. Let's see. I think those are it. We have two donations from Sudesh, and that will do here. And then I just think I have 3 free readings left. I just wanna make sure I'm not skipping anyone before I dive into those. Think I'm set. Yeah, okay. Okie dokie. So let's jump in here. So, Sudeshna, thank you so much for your additional two donations, and thank you for your patience in getting to your additional questions here. I like to make sure we complete some free readings in each session. All right. So, this one, you want the upcoming week for you love, career, and health guidance coming in. All right. We'll take a look at that here. Oh, and let me give that a love and a like over here. Let me give you other one too before I forget. I'll get into the readings and I'll forget. All right. So, upcoming week for you love, career, and health guidance. Of course, for health, as we always say, remember the disclaimer that um, I'm not a medical professional and, tarot's designed for fun and for entertainment purposes. Always seek professional assistance in making your decisions in your life. All right. So for love, what do they want you to know this week? All right. Well, they're giving you got love, career, health, and guidance. They just are all boom, 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 boom. All right. So for love, you got the Four of Swords. Another restful week, or it can be a mirror type of energy coming in here too, because the Four of Swords teaches us we rest when we see things from a higher perspective on the Ace of Swords, not when we're looking at the expectations of what love should be. So this is a week of learning of, letting go of expectations and understanding what are the fears that are driving me with love. What can I release? What conflicts around love are popping up within me because it's allowing me to set myself free? Ultimately, the more we set ourselves free from these limiting thoughts and beliefs and mindsets around relationships, the higher vibrational relationships come in, which is what our heart longs for. It's self love and something that matches it, not, you know, these supposed to be's and should be's and need to be's of the outside world. So it feels like this week is not so much a progression in a relationship with anyone, more so experiences that show you the expectations and the disappointments and people not bringing you what you want when you want it and how you want it, and you're like, up, but it's all for you to release things and go, why do I want all that? How am I defining myself by these relationships, right? So hopefully that makes sense. That's what they have for love. And then career, yep, Three of Wands. It's time with new information to make a change of path. So this is an action energy. We've been getting action energy with you around career, right? It's time to go. All right, I'm ready. I've had, you know, the plan I had before. Now with new information, I know I want to go a different direction. Now is the time to start taking steps towards that direction. Um, and it feels like it's time. I feel like that's the big nudge as far as career coming in. For health, you have the Two of Cups. This is a relationship, a loving relationship with your body. I like this with the Two of Cups because they are saying emotional choice is such an impact on your health, right? If I'm choosing lower vibrational stress and any emotions rooted in fear, that isn't good for my body. And I think we talked about that before, right? It's when I'm focusing in on gratitude and joy and laughter and unconditional love and all of that, that helps my body thrive instead of feel like it's disintegrating, right? So emotional choices are very important for you this next week in regard to your health. And the more you can learn meditation or breathing, having reminders of choosing gratitude, choose joy, choose laughter, choose play, the more you get to do that instead of being so serious, the healthier your body will feel. So I like that. Overall guidance for the week, you do have the Four of Wands with the Five of Pentacles, which is your choice energy. The Four of Wands can be a feeling of choosing joy, where the Five of Pentacles is choosing lack, fearing abandonment, not having enough, not being enough. So there's always that power of choice between those two. That's the lower vibration or the higher vibration. And you get to choose that this week and realize when I choose higher, I get higher. When I choose lower, I get more of that. So, what kind of life do I want to live in each moment? It's going to follow your lead. Life doesn't happen to you. You draw the life to you that you're focusing on and that you're being, right? There's also, if there's an opportunity to go somewhere and celebrate with a group, a joyful event, go. Don't let the fear of not having enough or being enough or whatever, don't let that stop you from going. So I like that for you. All right. So that's what they have. We'll pull a fortune cookie here overall as well for a message for the week for you from the Alice Wonderland deck here. And then we'll look at your second question. It's actually your third, but yeah, we'll call it number 3. All right. So here for this week, law is not justice, rules that are not fair. This is kind of this mirror of expectations coming in here. And these are the unfair thoughts and beliefs and mindsets, coming in here. You have card 30. And Alice from the Alice in Wonderland says, "Let the jury consider their verdict," the king said for about the 20th time that day. "No, no," said the queen. "Sentence first, verdict afterwards." That's bad. The uh Anyway, it says the situation Alice finds herself in is patently unfair from her perspective. No one should be judged, convicted, or serve a sentence prior to the evidence being heard. But this is the situation Alice finds herself in. This could be what is taking place in your world. Unfair as it may be, someone wants to judge you before they know you, convict you before they understand your side of the story, and they most certainly have not examined any evidence. Nevertheless, they wish to judge. As Alice so bravely does, you must speak up and say it is unfair and wrong. It's not right for you to be judged, but another person wishes to do so. Unless you speak up, there could be very strong consequences. When you're told to be quiet and to tolerate the judgments being made about you, this card urges you to speak up against injustice and object to what is taking place. I feel like this has a lot to do. This is about your expectations that judge yourself. This isn't about an external situation. This is about an internal, the inner talk speaking to you, judging you so harshly. And it's time for you to speak up to these mindsets, whether it's about relationships or career or health or job or whatever. It says, your opinion of yourself is what is most valuable. You can state your case clearly with strength and power, and doing so will help you remember just how very strong you are, how very admitted you are, how worthwhile and decent you are. You are worthy of respect, fairness, and kindness. If you're being treated poorly, if you're treating yourself poorly, speak up to yourself. When you do so, the spell will be broken and people will see that your side of the story is well worth listening to. Never allow another to steal your self worth. I love this because it's about how you're defining yourself on the inside and questioning that. It's not about the outside world. The outside world reflects your inside world. So they're having you go inward to really look at that. She's even holding the scales of like the justice card, which is us looking at things from a higher perspective instead of that small t truth and cutting those things away. So I love that for you. So that's what they have for your second question. And then here, let's grab for number 3. We'll grab your timestamp for this one. So here's all 3 of your timestamps here. Okay. And then for this one, thank you again for your multiple donations. What and who is coming into your love life? Spirit messages and guidance. All right. So, based on your current energy, who is coming into your love life? Look at that first. And then what is coming in to your love life? And guidance, right? Spirit messages and guidance around this. Do you want that one? Do you want this one? Okay. And of course, we'll pull a fortune cookie for you as well here in a moment. I'm just going to take a quick sip here. Pardon. Sorry. Drank too much. There we go. All right. So, what is heading towards you in your love life? You have the Two of Swords. Got a choice energy coming in. Oh, the Hermit. You have a choice of the Hermit or a Knight of Pentacles. Interesting. So, what's headed your way here, and this will tell us more about who, but love life is you can stay a hermit and do the inner work to yourself, or you can go into this Knight of Pentacles, which is the slowest night. So it's a night of earthy energy, but it's the slow moving um, interaction with someone towards love. It's a slow moving energy. So it's something that doesn't move very quick that will bring up some impatience within you because you're expecting it to move faster and wanting it to move faster, but it is the slow boat to China, honey. So you have a choice. You can learn privately, reflecting on relationships and different things in your life, or with this Knight of Pentacles individual, which will take a long time. You're going to have a lot of time to still do inner work, but it's going to be slower work because you're going to be kind of distracted, but you're also it amplifies the frustration around expectations because you're experiencing it as you're going along. It's like a science class with a laboratory. You get to go blow things up too. The other one is more, you know, what a science class that has tutorials, you're not actually handling the stuff, you're watching it and learning it the other way. That's what's kind of headed into your love life here. So let me grab I think we must have the storm rain, I think is supposed to be coming in. Who this person is, you do have the Queen of Swords. And it's interesting because from your standpoint, they're going to feel like, oh my God, they're so compatible. They're exactly what I think I want. Queen of Swords, balance between head and heart. It's someone, but they're also, it's very slow moving. But the slow movement is also happening from your soul, your spirit, your higher self is having things go very slow because they want you to be able to raise your love vibration, to have a different experience, not to have something move quickly and fall back into the type of relationship that we've had before, right? So that's interesting. Um, yep. And then guidance. We have the Three of Wands. This is about choosing to go a different, this is like you got for your career, but choosing to go a different direction, and the Maiden of Wands, which is the Page of Wands. Both of these coming out together, it's like choose a different path for love for you than you normally would because it's going to help you upgrade. It's going to allow you um, to because you're going to draw in whatever you're focusing on. So if you're focusing on lower vibration and expectations, you're going to get stuff that matches the lack and the disappointment, and it's going to downward spiral slowly, a slow band-aid coming off. Whereas if you focus in on this the 9, the hermit energy, and focus on what you're grateful for and raising your love vibration, which the Page of Wands is raising your energy, then um, this is what their guidance and their encouragement is to um, bring it back to you. But that's just their advice. They're like, you don't have to take their advice. There's never any have to with them or should, right or wrong. There's just different choices with different experiences. So they wanted to give you your choice here. You can either learn this way or that way, you know. You can go to a physical school or you can learn online. What would you like to do? And that's the choice that's coming up. Interesting. Let's see what else they have here for this fortune cookie here. Looks like we might have some other donations have come in, so we'll take a look at those here. Might need to run to the little boys' room first. Might be time for a little break. Let's see, what else for love for you here? Anything else here? Okay. Nope. They don't want that. They want this one here. All right. You've got it's always tea time, eternity, endless moments, repetition. There we go. The Mad Hatter. Everyone's a little mad. Crazy, right? Says, is that the reason so many tea things are put out here? She asked. Yes, that's it, said the Hatter with a sigh. It's always tea time. There are places, spaces, moments in all our lives when time takes on a different quality. Within the space you find yourself in now, there is an endlessness and a repetition, as though you are stuck in a loop. Wow. So the wands is like, let's not keep doing the same thing. Let's go a different route, right? With that 3 of wands. First, we must become aware and recognize the cycle that we are in. This card sees you becoming conscious of something that entraps so many souls, but which you have a chance, a sure opportunity to escape. Others around you are seemingly content to be within the loop and to keep the cycle going. You stand outside of this, and it is within your power to change the pattern for yourself. Some will puzzle at your desire to move beyond the constraints of the pattern. They may even be disgruntled at your yearning to change and move beyond the trappings they feel content with. Expectations, right? Trappings. Do not allow their influence to stifle your need to free yourself. And when this card comes, consider changing the hours you work, the time you rise or go to your rest, or the schedules you operate in, or change the way you approach relationships, right? Others may be confused at your desire to shake up the order of things. However, it is progressive and exciting of you to challenge what others consider to be normal. It does not always have to be tea time. Things do not need to be done in the usual way, and time can be shifted and experimented with so you can make the very most of the life you wish to live, not the life you feel you're supposed to live, right? Interesting. All right. So that's what they have for you, Sudeshna, around love. Interesting. Enjoy. All right. So let's take a look down here. All right. So we have Aries rising came back. Hello, hello. Let me grab that here for additional donation. And then also JoJo. Welcome back. Or you guys might have still been here just hanging out. Hi again. All right. All right. Very good, Tasha. I'm so glad that resonated. You're very welcome. All right. So let me jump up here. So Aries rising. Let's grab your additional timestamp. Thank you for your additional donation. And we have that there. Let me just remove it from here. All right. And so we want to know, what are MC's thoughts and feelings about KA and vice versa. All right. So which one will prevail in their battle of the wheels and when? As you can sense, this is not a love read. I don't know. That sounds like a lot of love readings, actually, right? But a bunch. Just kidding. Just jokes. Oh, let me take a look here. Oh, sorry. I thought that was my host that came through here, but I don't think it was. All right. I heard some pounding upstairs. My host is recovering from back surgery, so I didn't want to make sure she wasn't. My phone went off, but it wasn't a text, so never mind. Disruption. Okay, so MC's thoughts and feelings about KA. All right, so MC's thoughts. Take a look here. Thoughts and feelings. Off with their heads, right? I love it. Okay. It could be all those. So let's focus in here. Feelings of MC towards KA. MC. Okay. All right. And then these below the surface. All right. And then KA back at ya. So KA's thoughts towards MC. Nope. Okay. No, that's below. And then fill-ins. All right. Then based on current energy, which one will prevail? Let's see. Feel like I'll do a card over here and a card over here. This will tell us the energy of prevalence. All right. All right. Let's take a look here. What do we got going on here? Well, they have the Eight of Pentacles. So there definitely is this work energy here coming in with this, and doing the work gets the reward. So the conflict is part of the journey. It's part of the adventure, and when we realize that, that's good to know, with all that coming in, right? Um, all right, so let's jump in. So first of all, MC's thoughts about KA. Maiden of Wands, Page of Wands. A fiery personality. They see KA as fiery. The mind, anyway, this is their perception. Um, that they're active, they kind of what is this? They leap before they think, they act without thinking. They're reactive, not responsive. What a mirror that is, right? That's funny. A mirror for them, like, mirror, look at yourself, buddy. um, or Missy, whatever they identify as. But that is an interesting energy. Below the surface on that, um, we've got the Ace of Wands and the Four of Pentacles. Yeah, they really would prefer people who know their can control their power and be stable in the outside world. There is this instability underneath. That's good to know. Beneath the surface, what really triggers MC with KA is they remind him of someone from their past, someone that was very reactive, someone that would not handle um, was unstable. They never knew any moment they could, and this is who they remind him of. I don't feel like KA necessarily does that to that extreme, but in the mind of MC, which is where we're at right now, in their world, their wonderland, it's amplified because of this fear and memories from the past. So they might blow out of proportion KA's reactions as going, "Oh my god, I can't believe it," because 'cause they're blowing up their reaction on the inside is blowing up, if that makes sense. MC's reactions are blowing up on the inside, so they see the reactions on the outside being bigger than they really are. It's interesting. Emotions, we've got the Ace of Cups. It did come up. I don't read reversals, but the spilt cup here, but what's funny, excuse me, is they're showing me a cup with a spider underneath it. So something is contained. It's like this, how you get a and that's why the cup's upside down because it's catching it. Um, and and again, this is their emotions towards KA. They feel like they're so emotional that they need to contain their emotions because those emotions I don't like those emotions because I don't like spiders. So that cup needs you need to turn that cup over and contain your emotions. They don't like they don't like conflict because of how they grew up, MC. Um, oh, they are fire reactive. But even more so, they see them and it makes them so uncomfortable. And I can relate, like, I don't know why, but I don't like loud like, if I hear people arguing, I don't like being around it. I wanna get away from it. Um, but I feel like that's kind of MC is like, you need to contain those emotions. You need to like Dr. Evil, you need to zip it. That's funny. Below the surface, let's see what's below the surface of all these things. Yeah. This hermity kind of energy, I don't know if MC is to themselves, but this 9 of Pentacles feels like they grew up quite alone, kind of, again, that shyness away. And the 9 of Wands, all these nines, and the Knight of Swords that comes in here. Yeah, this is the loud communication. There isn't, that's the yelling they don't like because, and that makes sense. I was just thinking that I grew up kind of alone. I spent a lot of time alone growing up, even with an older brother. And, my dad was off trying to make a living, didn't see him a whole lot. My mom was working, doing housework. Excuse me, my brother. I'm the baby. So don't hang around with a little brother. Go hang out with your friends, right? He was stuck with me a couple times when we moved, but growing up alone is the kind of energy I'm picking up here where I'm not used to a lot of loudness. And so when there's loudness, I really don't like it. And I feel like this is a lot of how they like, you're loud, you're too big, you're too, you need to bring it down. And their perception of that is that, and amongst all that energy weaved in, it does feel like MCC's KA is selfish. Excuse me. Yeah, I don't feel like I can speak my truth. That could be why my throat is acting up because I'm in their energy of I'm afraid I got to walk on eggshells, and I can't say things the way I want to say it as much as I want to say it or say everything I want to say because you're going to flip out and freak out and yell, and I'd rather shrink a little bit. And that's frustrating. And then what happens with MC, I feel like if they're a pressure cooker and they keep maybe they're more of a slow cooker and KA or AK. They are the frying pan. Takes a long time for MC to build up to the pressure to build, and then the pressure cooker explodes. KA, fire up, you know, cools down, fire up, cool down, fire up, cool down. And that's the big difference between them. But when MC explodes, it's a big explosion. I feel with this energy. All right. So that's I feel like their feelings and thoughts towards them. What else? I feel like there's more, but it's like yeah, they're selfish. They only think about themselves. They trample over everyone. They walk on everyone. They don't think about other people's feelings, how they impact others. It's all me, me, me. Air energy. Um, are they a low vibrational Aries? That's what an Aries low expression does. Of course, the Aries that are in here, well, you're Aries rising, right? High vibrational Aries are different. They're self-starters and they're brave and they're courageous. They start new things. But you know that low vibration. I'm sure you've come across them. But anyway. I was not referring you. You're like, yep. Okay. So I feel like that is at least MC's impression of KAAK. I'm not sure which one it is, but them. Now let's look at the reversal. So from we're gonna shimmy out of that energy of MC and move over into the energy of KA or AK, right? All right. So thoughts of KA towards MC. 8 of Cups. Interesting energy here. Um, wow. It's not what I would normally pick up from this, but the way they have it here, I feel like you're emotionally broken. They see him as a broken this is their mind going, "You're emotionally broken, even weak." Um, uh, "You can't handle the truth." Energy coming in. That's interesting. Below the surface, let's see what else we have here. Yeah. 5 of Pentacles, which this is the 8 of Cups is about walking away from relationships that no longer serve, right? Yeah. Only high vibration uh, energies on my channel. Everyone here, we always talk about we're always the exception to the rule here on the channel. We're talking about everyone else. We got the 5 of Pentacles and the 3 of Pentacles. Yeah. So it's interesting here because um KA, they with this 5 of Pentacles, they've got this deep-seated fear of being abandoned. The 8 of Cups is usually someone walking away from relationships that don't serve them anymore, and the 5 of Pentacles is that energy of fear of abandonment, being left behind, being left out in the cold, you know? And again, mirror, right? It's always a mirror. You're emotionally broken. Oop, 3 fingers pointing back at me. 3 of Pentacles. But that is the mirror that they see. I'd rather point at everyone else's downfalls so that people don't see mine. And they do come from this place where they were not allowed to be true to their authentic self. A lot of punishment on the verge of abuse when they were younger. And now they see, MC is broken and because MC chose to go inward where KA, right? Um, has they chose to go bold and forward. That's why they got punished so much. They didn't shrink and obey the rules. They went totally mouthing off and getting slapped and getting punished, and then they would be someone who would drive with their driver's license suspended. That's almost like emotionally how they drive. They emotionally drive, and but that's why they see, um, MC as weak and broken because they chose to obey and to shrink, to not cause a ruckus where and that's the whole thing, right? We can choose to behave and go extreme to behave to get the positive attention, but there's also children who decide trying to fight for the positive attention among my siblings is too hard. I'm going to choose to be the sole proprietor of the bad attention, the punishment attention. And that's how they've lived. That's how they've, I'm going to be true to my authentic self. That's how they feel that they're being, and that um, MC's a fake, that they're not being true to who they are. They're hiding who they are. And that's why they look at them that way. But the whole thing is that KA is being this is who I am, and I'm boasting, and I'm rah, but that's all a facade. They're just as a little hurting child as MC is. They're both inner children are very, and maybe even more so KA, to the extent that their rah is also how they're beneath the surface feel low about themselves. They boast not to not because they believe it, but because they're trying to convince other people to believe it even when they don't. So, interesting. But that's the thinking of how they feel about MC. Emotionally, yeah, they wanna take them out. Here's the fire. There is different emotions. When they are at their prime, when they're the hissing cat, they want they wanna take them out. Or at least they want him out of their life. They wanna escape. They either want either gonna end their life or I need to leave the room, kind of energy. Their emotions are extreme. They're volatile, their emotions. But and I don't necessarily feel if it's toward them specifically. This everything we're talking about is them specifically, but this fieriness, they're reminding me of a friend of mine, an ex-friend of mine who I hadn't seen since high school, and I'm actually gonna talk about her in my next podcast. But one of the how she parted ways with me is a message on Facebook to me, a private message that said, I never thought you'd be on the long list of assholes in my life." And I'm like, "If there's a long list, that tells you something." You know? So just saying that here. It is Mars energy, which is very aggressive energy, war energy in their emotions, but they're at war with a lot. They're at war with themselves, so they're at war with everyone else too. Below the surface, we've got the Knight of Wands. Yeah, no kidding. And the Seven of Wands. Yeah, there is this energy. I mean, very fiery, fiery, fiery emotions, right? Which I feel like they yeah, sorry, not sorry, right? Yeah, exactly. That's perfect. But this is fast action. My how I feel about other people in their energy, in KA's energy, is I decide within a second and I'm reacting to it. I don't think it through, which kind of MC might be a kind of online with that here. But the Seven of Wands is I want to be seen. I'm not going to ask permission to shine. And yeah, I'm not gonna ask for forgiveness. I'm not gonna say sorry. I'm not gonna defend myself and my actions. I'm gonna be me, biatch, Boom, here I am. So that's very much the emotions that they feel. Um, but their feelings, yeah, it's very aggressive, very reactive. Um, but it's because they're in fight or flight mode, and even though they're like, I don't need to defend myself, they are so defensive. But they're offensive. They will offend like a fencing, right? Offend, attack, on guard. Let's duel this out, right? Kind of energy. Wow. What else? What else? What else is their impression? You're trying to change me. You're trying to make me be like you, and I don't want to be like you because I think you're weak. I don't want you to try to. I don't want to try to be. Um, I don't want to be told who I am. I don't want to be told I'm wrong. I don't want to be told what to do. You're judgmental. You look at me again. All this mirror that's coming back, in here. You think you're so much better than everybody else. Um, yeah. So I feel like that kind of sums it up. Now, as we get into the who will prevail, all right. There are no winners in war. There are always both losers. But who is going to feel like they prevail in this battle? All right. So the card for MC's energy, the Four of Swords, peace of mind. Their mind is at rest. Let's take a look here. KA, the Two of Wands. Depends on the moment. That's well, it's not surprising that we got Wands energy, right? Um, it's so funny. They both, and I thought they would, both think they prevail in the situation. MC from their mindset is, you know, they're like, um I was able to speak what I wanted to speak and I've said what needs to be said. So there we go. And I feel like MC is I've I've allowed no, my actions or my interaction with them has been able for others to see who they are, if that makes sense. Because of our interactions, now everyone sees them for the heathen they are, for the fire starter they are. It's like, oh no, no, that dragon doesn't breathe fire. No, watch. Poke, 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 poke. See? They breathe fire, and people are like, oh. And so from MC standpoint, I feel like I've proven my point with the Four of Swords. The from KA, excuse me, from their perspective, it is an energy of with the Two of Wands. Um, what was this? I've showed you. I've showed you you. So there you go. Because they don't care, I mean, they care in their heart. KA does, but they're like, yeah, people. I wasn't afraid of showing people I'm a fire breathing dragon. Ha! Look, there's fire. But you know, inside they didn't want people to perceive him as someone who's destructive because they felt whoever their abuser was when they were younger was destructive, and they don't want to be that. But but it changes from moment to moment too. They go back and forth with that Two of Wands energy that's there. But I've shown you who you are. You are. I've shown you you're weak. I've shown you I can breathe fire and you can't, or you won't. You won't breathe fire. I showed you how weak you are. Is what they have to tell themselves. Right. Let's see what else we want from the world of Alice. Yeah, becoming braver. Wow. The number of 5, resilience, experience, growing stronger and fresh perspectives. This is, and they both will grow through this because I feel like on the other side of this, for both of them, that the mirror Yeah, Alice in the Mirror, right? The Looking Glass. Wow, right? That the mirror that they saw of themselves and everything, it starts to sink in, it starts to bubble up. They really learn about some things, 5 being a number of change to have that, right? Excuse me. So, this is from you'll probably recognize since you're an Alice in Wonderland fan. After a fall such as this, I shall think nothing of tumbling downstairs. How brave they'll all think me at home. Why, I wouldn't say anything about it, even if I fell off the top of the house. This tumble together, right? This is a crazy, right? So it says, Alice is brave, and so are you. With everything that has taken place in your life of late, you have often felt overwhelmed, challenged, and uncertain of whether you could cope with very much more. But you have shown great courage, and perhaps even more wonderfully, you've developed so much resilience. Because of the extreme nature of the events and experiences you've been working with, you will now be able to deal with all manner of circumstance with great calm and is that stoicism? Stoicism? And this is no small thing. Wow. Being challenged is quite radical. I'm sorry, in quite radical ways, can see some people retreat entirely from life. But you, like Alice, can see one of the aspects of working through adversity um, and realizing just how much you can do. You've been stretched, pushed, and gone right to the very edges of what you know about yourself. And you've come to know yourself far better, far more deeply than if you had not had these great and sometimes rather terrible adventures. There's that looking glass, getting to know themselves, right? Most of all, please know these truths. You are strong, you are brave, you are resilient. You have been dignified, graceful, and remained curious under the greatest sorts of pressures. This has been in so many ways your finest hour, and you will be able to set an amazing example when life returns to something just a little closer to what most people call normal. But I really like this, right? The divination piece says, you have been tested. The development of strength and resilience through the courageous meeting of challenges, the demonstration of great character, the acknowledgement or lack thereof, right? Or the acknowledgement of how much you have learned, the ability to cope with so many little things due to a great ordeal endured with grace, dignity, and humor. Testing times show true character. So learning a lot about themselves. That's crazy with all that, right? Crazy, crazy, crazy. So I just need to check something really quick here. Come on. Oh, wrong finger. Okay, there it goes. I just wanted to make sure here. Okay, no. All right. Wow, 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 wow. All right. So that's what they have for that one. I see you have another one coming in here. So we'll circle back around to that here in a moment. All right. Crazy, crazy, crazy. All right. There we are up here. All right. So, JoJo, you are up. And so, thank you for your additional donation there. Here's number 3 for you. Welcome back. Just remove it off my little list here. So, I'm going to take a sip of this lemon water. Maybe that'll clear up my. The phlegm. All right. So, Jojo, let me give that a love and a like since it lets me. And you want to hear guidance on O. All right, we'll take a look here. What does Spirit want you to know around O? All right, thank you. What else? Boom, boom, boom. 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 All right. What is this? What is this? All right. So the bottom of the deck, you do have the Justice card coming in here. We got the Libra balancing energy coming in. And that's in coordination with the first card that already made itself known, which is the Queen of Swords. We got the Ace of Swords appearing in both of these here. Um, she stands on the Ace of Swords or uses the Ace of Swords to balance in the Justice card. But Libra rules over the, seventh house, right? Um, yeah, maybe fourth, fifth, sixth. Yeah, the seventh house of relationships, right? I have walked 20,000 steps today. Walk 10,000 miles, you'll walk 10,000 more. Like that song. Woo-hoo, woo-hoo. But so this balancing energy as I break into song. That's not my real singing voice. That's my imitation of the song. But you who sing so well. Um, but there is this getting clarity and the balancing out of the mind and the heart, but seeing things from a different perspective. There is a lot of clarity that comes in with the interactions here with O. Um, and a lot of this is happening inside of your mind, your stories that you're telling yourself, the ever changing story that it's almost like there's a movie that keeps on having flashbacks and flash forwards. It's like, how are you keeping up? How are you keeping the storyline straight? Because it's jumping. It's almost, what was that movie that had they'd had multiple lives and they showed them changing. They all played all these different characters throughout it. I can't think of it right now, but um, that's what they're. You jumped all over the place. Sometimes you're like, "Wait, what's going on?" It's like you really have to pay attention and focus because it all goes along and all goes along and goes everywhere, with it all too. So it's interesting. Um, but a lot of mental story. The guidance is try to keep your story straight in your mind because there's a lot of flashbacks to old things and into fantasy and into forward thinking, um, foreshadowing, and this and that. And it's like it's important to try to bring the clarity back to the true story, if that makes sense. You can have many storylines, yeah. So it's like, let's bring it back, right? It's like, let's come back. But a lot of clarity is coming in. You have the Three of Wands, yeah. And with this new information, it does feel like things go a different direction with that. You do have the Two of Swords. Here's that mental conflict and the Maiden of Wands, the Page of Wands. This makes sense. This is that Leo energy I feel kicking in here. And it's a really for some reason you've got this strong connection with them and this desire to take things in a certain direction. And I'm trying to sit with this and see what is this? Is this all this past life connection? All these past life storylines conflicting and hitting and contracting and going back and forth um and your desire to I don't know. Is it in past lifetimes has there been a lot of incompleteness, uncompletedness where you're like, in this one I want things to go further than they went before. Now they're showing me the hobbits when they were leaving the Shire in Lord of the Rings. "This is far as I've ever traveled. Let's go further." That's funny. So I feel like there's this strong desire and the strong urge of, "I gotta move forward. I don't want it to stagnate. I don't want it to drift away. I want this to move forward. I'm tired of things drifting away." And that could be, a reflection of relationships in this lifetime, but also past lifetimes. Not relationships with them in this lifetime, obviously, but other relationships that have kind of fallen away and stagnated and drifted away. But then there's also the past life connection too. I feel like it's that the the um b- the combination of those two is creating like, okay, I need this really bad, So it's funny. It's like craving chocolate and then being on your menstrual cycle where you're really craving chocolate. When those two are combined, you're gonna get chocolate because that chocolate needs to be had. That's the kind of energy I'm picking up. That's funny. I want it bad. Your spirit guides. Anyway, what else? Yep, 2 of Cups. Yeah, definitely. It's this desire. You have this strong desire to and this relationship feels very important to you. And it feels I'm stepping into your energy. This definitely feels inflamed. Like I haven't felt this strong desire in you to any letter of the alphabet. um and you've had attraction before to other people, but this just the expediency or the urgency behind it has never been this strong with this one, as with this one. So that's interesting that it's coming up here. Oh, no. All right. Let's see what else. Yep, 9 of Swords. Here's the fear energy. I think we had that before. Expectations. Yeah, the King of Cups. There is this fear around. It's like it's almost like I need to know if they're the compatible perfect fit that my dream is telling me that they're supposed to be. Here's nightmare and insomnia. I feel like you've been dreaming about them, maybe even traveling and visiting each other in your dreams with this energy too. But I definitely feel like that part of the urgency is I need to know. I need to know, and I won't know until I get into things with them, and then I'll know, and then I'll be able to calm down a little bit. But I'm like, I have this urgency. I must know. I must know. Is this them? Are they really this perfect compatible fit that I feel like they are supposed to be in my life? This dream, right? And it's interesting. Hmm. So I think of this awareness all helps here. Yeah. You got the 2 of Cups and the Lovers card. Yeah. You got both of these here. It's like, but, and even the 10 of Pentacles on the bottom, which is a relationship card. You've definitely, you know, it's like your spirit guides will put it at ease. No, that that dream of who you think someone that perfect compatible person is, that dream person doesn't exist. It's a dream. It's a mirage. It's a culmination of a lot of different people. It's the Frankenstein's monster you've created in your heart. That no one can be that for you because only you can be that for yourself. So you don't need to rush to try to do it. They're not going to be that. That's the 9 of Swords, the fear of being disappointed, the fear the expectations falling short, the exhaustion of trying to find someone who's going to live up to my expectations. And we realize no one can because that list, that dream, that mirage we have is an illusion that we can't find in the outside world. The only place we find it is inward and upward with our own heart that we find that there. Let's see what else has to tell you as well. Maybe. Any advice, Alice? Any advice? Okay. What would look at here? Okay. So yours is 7. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Manage to be glad. Manage to be glad. Card 43. Create your own happiness regardless of conditions. Boom. I wish I could manage to be glad, the queen said. Only I never can remember the rule. You must be very happy living in this wood and being glad whenever you like. I like that. No, nothing in the outside world can make you happy. Only you can make yourself happy, right? So the queen is almost berating Alice, imagining her to be happy whenever she wishes, thinking that the business of being happy is simple. I know, right? Wow. As the queen, she feels it is not simple for her, but she wants to manage to be glad. Except, as she says, she cannot remember the rule. Is there a rule to happiness? Is there a way to manage to be glad? When this card comes to you, there are two possibilities, just as there are two slithy toves in the painting. The first is that others assume your life is simpler, easier, and that happiness comes more readily to you. There is the implication that they have it harder and must struggle to be happy. But this is not the case at all. Your happiness has been earned. In some ways, you have created it by directing your thoughts and impulses toward the steady creation of happiness. Oh, I forgot. The second possibility is that you must learn how to be happy. Having joy in our lives is not just good fortune, circumstance, or temperament. It comes through the careful management of our thoughts, our stories, right, and our deeds, so that we nurture the possibility of joy and move even closer to happiness. Excuse me. Do not let others steal your joy or imply that being joyful means you are not as serious, deep, or hardworking as they are. Happiness is often hard earned. We must find it amidst the most troubling of challenges. Alice has learned to do this despite being lost and everything around her being so unpredictable. We too can manage our happiness and defy those who claim it's more difficult for them. We can all do this, no matter our lot in this lifetime. Excuse me. I wonder if my host is okay. Hear her moving around upstairs. Anyway, the divination says your happiness is in your own hands. It is something which can be managed, nurtured, and grown. Acknowledgement that life can be very difficult and challenging, but you're being asked to grow the happiness you long for out of your magical will and desire to feel joy once again. I love it. What a perfect message. Hopefully that's right. I am the love of my life. It's a good reminder. So sorry. Even the bottom of the deck, you had the Maiden of Cups, the Page of Cups, which is the chalice, the Holy Grail. It's like, oh, that's right. So you can they can be above and beyond extra, but you fill up on the inside first, right? So I like that. All right. So many blessings to you, my dear. Hopefully that helps a little bit there. All right. All right. So I totally forgot. You're very welcome. That's how we all get drawn out there. It happens. So be gentle with yourself. All right. So Aries, rising, you'll be up next, and then Maria P. I get yours via ZPay Pal. I do want to. I'm going to run to the little boys' room, but I'm also going to check on my host just to make sure she's okay up there because, like I said, she's recovering from back surgery. So it'll be just a couple minutes. I'm going to run to the restroom and then run upstairs to see, make sure she's okay, and then I'll come back down here and we'll um, finish up the donations. I have a handful of free readings. I should be able to do that, but I'm at 4 hours and 20 minutes, so I'm going to start winding down here soon. So I can go eat too. But I'll be right back. Thank you guys. All right. Yeah, I know. Another surgery. Thank you guys so much. Yeah, this time she actually she had spinal surgery. They went in through the front and through the back too, on Monday. So she had something, I think she had like a tilted pelvis since birth. It's something that it's just you're born that way. We're like, thanks, mom, and maybe dad, maybe hereditary, but she was bent, it was bent forward, and then also had she was in a bad traffic accident when she was younger, and so it was like 20, almost 25% off there, and she was in severe pain. She had to go out a couple of times in her life where she would sneeze and it would her back would go out. So she's like, I'm so grateful I won't have to be afraid to sneeze anymore or lift something the wrong way. So she's doing good. Just soreness that she's dealing with right now, but it's the pain, the little pain now for relief of pain for going forward. So that's good. All right. So thank you guys for your patience. I just want to make sure that she was all good to go. Thank you for all your concern and love. And thank you for your understanding, Aries Rising, for taking the time there. All right. As I get my breath from running up and down the stairs. All right. So, Aries Rising, let's grab your timestamp here. This is number 3. Thank you for your multiple donations as well. There we go. Oh, and it's a win-win, trust me. I'm so blessed. She lets me live here in her basement for free, and she's so giving, and she's just such a giving person. So I feel like I have the better end of the deal, but she does too. And it's like, all right, that's the way to be. Instead of going, "Ugh, you owe me, it's really cool. I like it. All right. So for number 3 here. So along those lines, oh, Thanksgiving coming up this year. MS's upcoming birthday with both MC and KA being there, and Christmas be like, also, what's going to happen at the end of the year between MC and KA? Oh, wow. All right. Let's take a look here. Of course, based on current energies, things can switch up, but I feel like they're pretty set. Well, they have been pretty set in their ways, but I feel like they're this extremity that they've been through, like the card had said, I feel like they're really on this path of reflection. I feel like even um I feel like KA was like, whoa, that was a bit much. Like, I think I went too far. And it's like, wow, self-awareness. And I feel like MC did, they're like, wow, I can't believe I spoke out like that. It gave them a little bit of, it's like they both were drawn a little more towards the middle. Interesting, right? All right. um okay, so what will thanks well, so when we're looking at from uh, Thanksgiving, MS's birthday and Christmas, like for everyone that's like the overall energy that everyone experiences, or are we asking about particular people, what they'll experience? Because everyone's going to experience it. They're showing me everyone sees it through a different looking glass. The rabbit sees it differently than the Mad Hatter because the Mad Hatter is mad and the rabbit is in a rush. The Queen of Hearts sees everything from a different place. Then everyone off of their heads, right? Then Alice, and then also the Cheshire Cat. Each of the characters has a different energy and sees everything differently and experiences the Wonderland differently too. Wow, that's a Wow, we went deep fast. But we can see if there's like maybe what the experiences are like Thanksgiving. Is there battles? Is it what how are there any fights? Any police called? Let's see here. What about Thanksgiving here? No, just the one Thanksgiving. Okay, thank you. And then birthday. So MS's birthday. That one too. Okay. And then Christmas. Christmas, Christmas. Like those two. That's a little add on there. And then at the end of the year, where we're going to be at based on current energies, the current trajectory course. Where are MC and A going to be? One card? All right. All right. So Thanksgiving, dun, 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 we got well, we got some hurt feelings with the 5 of cups. Sorrow energy here. It's a conflicting emotions that comes in here. It's awkward. Yeah, let's see what the underlying energy is here because we got the High Priestess and the Maiden of Pentacles. I do feel here um, the High Priestess is like an energy of someone ends up not going, and I went somewhere else because they and I feel like that's where this awkwardness and different things kind of comes in, at least in the beginning, because it feels like maybe one of them doesn't go to Thanksgiving, and it's awkward. People are like, "Where's so and so?" "Oh, they went somewhere else," and someone's like, "Is it because of me?" And but there is this awkwardness around it, and it does feel like a and I feel like it's one of them that doesn't end up going to the Thanksgiving together with everyone else. They end up going somewhere else, staying to themselves with the high priestess. I'm gonna stay at home. I'm staying home. But there's this excuse. I feel like this would be more like MC. Oh, I was picking up in your mind right now. Is it a MC or KA? I feel like it's MC because I feel like I say I'm not feeling well, I'm not gonna be able to make it. Um, because and the reason why I feel like it's MC is because MC would be the only one between the 2 of them that would feel they need an excuse, like they would need to have a reason. "Sorry, I'm not gonna be able to make it. I'm not feeling good, and I don't wanna give you guys it too. So, I don't wanna get everyone else sick, so I'm gonna stay home." And they're more likely to have the poor me energy that'll come up. Um, I don't wanna be there and, "Well, I'm just gonna stay home. I'm just gonna tell them that I'm not feeling well." KA would be like, "Hey, bitches, I'm not coming, and I hate you all." You know? They don't feel like they would need an excuse. That's funny. But I feel like it's the 5 of cups, it does start off awkward, but then it turns around fine in the end. Um, but it does feel like someone doesn't show up. That's funny. All right. And then MC's upcoming birthday, the overall energy. we got the 6 of Pentacles. So this feels like everyone shows up, everyone's giving, everyone's um it's a more successful, more togetherness energy. I like that. More giving, more balanced. That comes in here. Yeah, we got the 9 of Cups, more like a balanced dream come true energy, a lot of harmony energy with that, and the Queen of Wands too, which the Queen of Wands, there is fire there, but it's a mature fire. Um, yeah, it feels more, you know, like I said, just balanced. It's and the fire starter, she's balanced, or they, I'm not sure it's a she, they are balanced here too, where I don't know if they are on some sort of medication or influence, but they feel very not themselves in a calm way. Like, "Are you okay?" "Yeah, I'm good." And you're like, "Did you take something?" Like, "Did you take a gummy?" 'Cause I feel like they're like, "No, it's all right. Everything's fine." And everyone's just like, "Who are you?" kind of energy. So anyway, it feels very calm and very together, and everyone there's feels like there's harmony on this birthday. And I don't know. I wonder if is MS someone that would put the law down? It's almost like, "If you're gonna come, I don't wanna fight, and you better get along. It's my birthday. If you don't, I'll kill you." It's I feel like there's someone that's very nice and blunt at the same time. Like, "Now, I know you guys might have your troubles, but I'm inviting you both, and you both better be in your best behavior, and I want you to, even if you have to act and pretend that you're getting along, for my birthday, you're gonna do it. So do what you need to do to be happy, because it's my birthday." That's funny. So I feel like that energy here. Um, and there's harmony, so I like that. All right. Then Christmas comes around. Yeah, we have this full card, this new beginning, this energy of letting the old go and let old acquaintance be forgot. That's New Year's, right? But it feels very a world of possibilities, freshness, kind of energy there. I like that. Let's see what's underneath the surface here. Yeah, got the Four of Wands, a joyful gathering. What? And the Two of Wands. Plans, 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 plans. It's an interesting because the two ones we got in her reading before with KA, and it is about energy can switch at any second, but it doesn't feel like it does. I do feel it's coming in very balanced again. There's like this pause. Oh, okay. It's like the pause button, right? The two is what they're showing me, and there's a truce for Christmas. So things feel very calm here at Christmas here too. Feels like a very joyful, like I said, gathering. What is this? What's this little hidden secret here? Yep, the King of Wands. There is this. What is going on here? We got the Queen of Wands um for the birthday, and then the King of Wands coming in for Christmas. The royalties, the maturity of the fire. So something has happened with KA over these next couple months. Therapy, drugs, like medications. Maybe there's some chemical imbalances that help come down, or maybe there are on gummies or something where things that I just feel like the fire is not like the Knight of Wands, which is, you know, this is the king and queen. They're more, if you look at like nobles, they are more, they're reminding me of what is it? Princess Diaries, where, they're very prim and proper and they're controlled and they're balanced, not, and that's what it feels like. There's this maturity that has happened. Something has changed where the fire is mooted. It's not as much, you know, going everywhere. Interesting. Let's see. How does this end? Dun, dun, dun. By the end of the year, the magician. Wow, a new start, a new beginning. Wow. Yeah. I don't know. There's this truce and this kind of energy here. It would make sense, like, Thanksgiving might be like a, um, testing ground. Like, MA will be there, right? And they'll be like, "Are you" um, they're like, they're different, right? And they're like, "Okay, well, let's try the birthday then." And at the birthday, they're different with that too. And then they're like, "All right, well, Christmas." And then it looks like by New Year's, we have the magician, which is magic. It's magical. It's almost like there's a restart. And that full card, you know, is the beginning of a new cycle, a change of stuff. So something, something changes here. But I feel like it's mainly on on the Kaka side, KA side. Kaka. Instead of Micmic, right? It's K and yeah, Micmic and Kaka. Um, I feel like MC has really, because they surprised themselves that they stood up, and I feel like there's growth that happens here. Interesting. Let's see if the fortune cookie gives us anything else here too. But it does. It feels like there's, well, yeah, because um I feel like, because I'm gonna say I'm gonna call him Kaka. Kaka goes to Thanksgiving, but Micmic, based on current energy, stays home, right? But yeah, based on current energy, it feels like there's a big change that happens here. Ooh, what's going on here, right? Let's see here. I guess you got five, so one, two, three, four. Maybe this one, five. Let's see what else they have here. Of course, that's based on current energies. Looking at the future, things could flip out tomorrow and totally go a different direction. But based on now, yeah, we're all mad here. We're all a little crazy. Everyone is a little different. Wow. Everyone is a little different. What if that's exactly what we're saying, right? Literally. But I don't want to go among mad people, Alice remarked. Oh, you can't help that, said the cat. We're all mad here. I'm mad, you're mad. How do you know I'm mad? Said Alice. You must be, said the cat, or you wouldn't have come here. Everybody's welcome at the asylum. All right. Most people like to fit in. Most people like to feel that all the other people feel that they are quite normal. And other people like to be around people who are very safe, predictable, and well. Ordinary. Only, as Alice is told by the wise Cheshire Cat, we are all mad. There is not a person on this planet that does not have a little secret or a strange little something they've done or do. And yet, on and on we go all the time, attempting to be normal. And normal changes all the time. Mostly people just want to fit in, to blend in with others, to feel that they do not stand out in any way. Standing out can make us vulnerable. It can make us conspicuous. Although our culture adores its iconic people, we do not generally tolerate difference very well at all. The truth is, we all have our little oddities, and we can exhaust ourselves trying to erase their visibility. We hide who we truly are. We do not speak of who we are, and we try to convince others that we're just like them. This card asks you to consider why you would hide any of your own strangeness when, as the Cheshire Cat says, we're all mad here. And we must all be mad, otherwise, we would not be here, living another lifetime, brave enough, mad enough to learn more on this journey of the soul. Wow. And then the divination energy of beginning to realize that everyone is interesting, a little bit different, and full of secrets, good and bad. Understanding that hiding what makes you your very own self is not only exhausting, but it is robbing the world of your unique wonder. Discovering that you are a little mad, and so in truth is everyone else. Embrace your eccentricities and your own peculiar genius. So there's this energy of being more true to our authentic selves and not being so defensive of our, you know, people discovering who we are. So interesting. All right. So hopefully that helps. It feels like things change. Magic. It's magical. It's like someone, and maybe it is. Maybe KA they do something that helps just bring a different energy. But I feel like sometimes it takes things to get to a big point for people to really wake up, and I feel like we said, people are being moved more towards the middle, a little more, not so extreme, but more towards not like middle, but at least a little ways. All right. So that is what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. Thank you again for your multiple donations and allowing us into the story of the Wonderland for sure. All right. All right. So Maria P, you are up next. Let's grab your timestamp here. You're very welcome. There you go. And let's go over here to your PayPal. So thank you for your donation. And we'll grab grab a quick sip here. All right. Stepping into the Wally's energy. So Wally's thoughts and feelings towards you today. So we got going on here. Thoughts. Don't want that one. I want feelings. Feel like they're below here. We'll take a look at that. Why are their feelings guarded? Is he thinking of you while he's on that hunting trip this weekend with his guy friends? Oh, okay. I get it. That's why the feelings are pushed down. It's going to be tough with the fighting men, the hunting men. What's coming next week? Okay. His thoughts on gift and he talking to your kids. Okay. All right. And then updates on the dark side. Thank you. And movements of him leaving. Okay. All right. Well. So his thoughts right now, got the King of Swords really in his head. This makes sense too. He's really thinking about things, gaining clarity. And so this is good. This hunting trip away from everything, getting away from everything, I feel we really get them in that space of getting out of the chaos and into a space that's there. So he's definitely thinking about things. We'll see if he's thinking about you with this other card. I imagine he is. He's thinking about his entire life and his situation, and this is a good step away. It's good for him to do this. The emotions that are below the surface. We got the Maiden of Swords, the Page of Swords. Again, clarity. A lot of clarity with both of these cards coming in. We even got the cards that made themselves visible for the dark side. We've got the Knight of Swords and the Queen of Swords. We've got the full royal court here of swords and thinking because we've got the page, the knight, the queen, and the king. So they are very much in their head right now. A lot of thinking, a lot of figuring things out, wanting clarity, wanting to know, what everything means. What do I want? What other of everyone want? They're really a lot of planning, a lot of things going on. Um, the dark side with the Knight of Swords is an energy of movement, of on a quest of clarity and trying to find out what I want and how I want it to happen. Movement with the Queen of Swords is a balance between the head and the heart. So they're trying to approach it in a balanced approach. Again, they're trying to understand the full picture of you and everything to know what I want to do. And I feel like they're kind of in that spot of trying to make sure they understand everything before they continue to make plans and move on the plans. Are they thinking of you during this weekend? Knight of Cups? Wah, 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 of course. Romance and movement of heart. So that's a yes, that they're thinking of you. What's coming for next week for you guys? Slowness with the Seven of Pentacles. Last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit. We do have the Fool card, which is a card here of like a ending of an old cycle, the beginning of a new adventure, something with less expectations and kind of a fresh start, taking things to a different, fresher, renewed, rebooted place kind of energy. And the Six of Wands, mutual, um, I guess, passion, attraction energy, but a victory energy too. So I feel like it feels like it's a slow week, but there is a bit of a reboot victory energy that comes in here. I'm getting one time getting together. Yeah. I keep on going, 2? Well, it's weird. It feels like one where you guys spend time together yourselves, but maybe there's a joint event or something. Oh, Halloween, right? Because I feel like there is this, getting together, but it's like you're there, but you're not like together, with each other by yourselves. It's you're both there, but they're doing their thing and you're doing your thing kind of thing, if that makes sense. You get it. All right. And then his thoughts on the gift and talking with your kids. Ace of Swords, more clarity. I mean, very much in their minds here. They're thinking a lot about things and trying to figure out and wanting to make sure that they get what they want and they're happy, and that you get what you want and you're happy, and everyone gets what they want and they're happy, but that where's how does that work? you know how do we all come together kind of energy and with all that. All right, so we only got 3 of these left here, so let's take a look. Oh, and we got 4, so let's see here. Let's shuffle these up, and then when we're ready, we'll pull a card here for you. Okay. Yep, and you get the top one. All right. Which is such a curious dream you dream, which says it's card grounding, returning to reality, coming home. All right, let's take a look. Let's see what Alice says here. It's the last card in the major in these oracle, which is interesting. So it starts off with Alice in Wonderland. It says, "Oh, I've had such a curious dream," said Alice, and she told her sister, as well as she could remember them, all these strange adventures of hers. And when she had finished, her sister kissed her and said, "It was a curious dream, dear, certainly. But now run into your tea. It's getting late." We often have remarkable moments, just as Alice does, when she begins her journey by following the white rabbit. But just as we must follow the dream, we must also return to the everyday. In this card, at this moment, you're being asked to return to what many people might consider ordinary. You must take care of yourself. Eat well, go home, be grounded, and take care of what must be taken care of, the ordinary and yet blessed responsibilities within our lives. There is still great magic in this, especially after journeying through our wonderland and knowing true enchantment. For we can return, but we are forever changed. Now it is time to ground. Come home, integrate the experiences you've had, and do the very simple, mundane tasks that most people don't consider special enough to have any magic at all with them. But they are magic, dear soul. They are. Let every simple act be done with awareness, simplicity, gratitude, and kindness. Do not be dissatisfied with the seemingly mundane nature of it all. Instead, embrace this coming back to earth as an opportunity to ground, reconnect, and to bring a sense of the sacred, of the magic of Wonderland to all that you do, no matter how humble it may be. You will return to that extraordinary place again, but for now, embrace the joy of being at home within your humanity. Interesting energy, right? So I feel like that is what they have for you, my dear. Hopefully that resonates there for you. So many, many blessings. Thank you again for your donation. All right. Hey, Rabion. Oh, Rabia, right? Hello, hello. Good to see you. All right. And I think that is it for all the donations. Thank you guys again so much for all your love and all your support. I do have three free readings I didn't get to. I'm going to do those real quick here. They're just 1 to 2 cards. Then I do need to head off because I've been on for right at 5 hours. But I will be back here. What time is it? It's 4. I'll be back in 2 hours for this evening session. So we can see you guys then. And I'll be back tomorrow too, as well. So Swaroop Bobby, you are up here. Let's grab your timestamp here. Boom, boom, boom. Next week reading, what's coming towards you? All right, what does Spirit wants you to know about what's coming towards you? Got this one, and then with this one. And you got the Page of Cups and the Ace of Pentacles. Nice. You have this new opportunity that's coming in with the Ace of Pentacles. Page of Cups too is an opportunity for you to be happy. I like this. Doesn't feel like a relationship. It doesn't feel like um it doesn't feel like anything specific in particular. That's funny. Um like it's not like in a relationship coming. It's not something big, 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 but there is a gathering. I wouldn't even say it's a gathering, but it's an event. It's something that you can attend that would bring you joy, bring you happiness. And I feel like what's coming towards you is accept that invitation. People getting together or they're inviting you to go do something that you're like, I don't know, do it because I feel like you're going to go and you're going to be pleasantly surprised. My host, she's funny. She'll say, when she make plans and she goes, "Oh, I really don't wanna go, but I know that means I'm gonna have a good time if I go." It always happens if she's like, "Oh, I don't know. Alright, I'm gonna go anyway. Oh, I had the best time." She goes, "That's like her." She knows that, it means she's gonna have a great time, and that's what I'm feeling for you in this particular circumstances. Whatever you're invited to, go because it's gonna allow you to feel that joy. So, I like that. That's what their main message is for you there. So many blessings to you. All right. And then love is the most powerful force. Thank you for your donation earlier. This is for your free reading here. And you want a reading on L. All right, let's see what they have here for you for L. Got this, and we got you this. All right. Wow. Well, we've got the King of Swords and the Magician card coming in here, if I can get him. There we go. So there is this, oh, wow, there's just this nudge, this urge, this drive here with the Magician card coming in towards clarity, towards education, towards learning, towards growth. And I feel like they're in this, all this clarity is coming in for them here. I feel like they just have this pull into like this draw. They can't help but being drawn into, it's either organized training or learning, but it can also be being drawn into circumstances and events that teach them that they have everything they need inside of them, everything they need inside their own heart here. And I feel like it could be both, but definitely events are teaching them in their life and giving them this viewpoint, this clarity that I am enough, that I have everything I need inside of me. I don't need to become more, and anything I want to learn is just for my entertainment and for my growth and awareness, but I don't need to change kind of energy. It's an interesting energy with all of that, but it is seeing things from a different perspective, a higher perspective, very empowering energy with this. I also feel like they're learning that whatever they focus on, they draw to them and they're realizing, and I feel like they're entering an area of time too where the manifestation and how fast stuff comes in is heightened. So when I focus on lower vibration, it comes in fast. When I take my attention off of that and focus on something higher, this drifts away and this comes in fast. But they everything comes and goes faster and in bigger amounts, which teaches me quickly because it's obvious how fast and big things come in. Like, oh God, I focused on that and there it is. Ah. And then, well, I'm going to focus on this, and that comes in and is different there too. So hopefully that makes sense. I feel like that's what's coming in regarding L right now. So many blessings. And if any of that resonates for your own experiences with them, take that mirror. All right. So many blessings. All right. And then Maria P, you are up for your free reading. So thank you for your donation. I appreciate that as always. Very grateful. And you're like a general for you and Walter. He's on his honey trip. He's been messaging you a lot. Oh, so he has been messaging you a lot. And you miss him a lot too. Oh, good. So he is thinking of you. All that thinking that he's doing. I like that. So let's take a look here. A general for you and Walter. Okay, we got that and we got that. All right. Yeah, I tell you. Here's the King of Swords. Here's the King Royal of the mind suit and the balancing of the Two of Pentacles. So there is this balanced energy. They are, like I said, they are doing a lot of thinking. It makes sense. Master of communication right now too, but a lot of thinking and trying to find a good balance. Again, and I feel like they're reiterating a lot from your previous reading, but the big piece of their energy is I'm trying to figure out what needs to happen so we can have a balanced relationship where you feel like you're getting everything you need. I feel like I'm getting everything I need, and how we can make that happen, you know, and children and everyone else that, what's the best case scenario to be have everyone be as happy as we all can be in the situations. So a lot of thinking, a lot definitely being looked at with all of that. And I feel like that you just need to know that they're not just, but they're really right now, especially putting a lot of thought into everything. So I love that for you. So that's what they have for you, Maria. Thank you again. Many blessings to you. All right, everybody, I'm going to head off and grab a bite to eat and prepare for my evening session here soon. If you haven't checked out my Easier Path podcast series, we do have number 2 adventure out there. It's totally free. We talk about fighting with other humans. This one's about intimate relationships, about the fear of being cheated on and why it hurts so much and why people cheat. And so some great hints and stuff from Spirit on how to make that path an easier path. We also have a drawing coming up on November 5th. If you haven't checked it out yet, that will tell you how you can get into that drawing to win either a 30-minute personal recorded reading or a hedge of peace and love. Also, we've got some specials going on here. I'm going to have carry these till the end of the year. My 15-minute and 30-minute personal recorded readings are on sale. If you're interested in one of those, you can check out all that information um, as well. All this is in the description box of the video. Next week, I also am going to be announcing more specials. I'm adding in my hour personal recorded reading, my live readings, and my Hedge of Peace and Love. They're all going to be on special till the end of the year. I decided. So I'm going to put that out next week. You'll get that communication. And don't tell anyone, next weekend with all the Halloween, starting on my Thursday, Friday, Saturday night, and Saturday and Sunday morning. Each of my 5 sessions, I'm going to be giving away 2 15-minute personal recorded readings. One's going to be for those that make donations. I'm going to pull a winner among them. And then for the free readings, I'm going to pull a winner among them. So we'll have 2 winners, one from each, right? 2 winners total each session. So keep an eye out. We'll be announcing that as well. But I want to tell you guys since you're here. And then also, if you haven't checked out the video I posted on channeling my higher self, it's called Walk Consciously. I do automatic writing connected with them. Some great stuff. That is also in my playlist of my Easier Path if you ever want to find it again. But there's the link if you're interested. So some free stuff and announcements. I always like to make sure you guys are in the know. Never any expectations, just information. So I love it. Again, thank you for all the thumbs up, all your love, all your support, and I'll see you guys soon. Remember, in the meantime, that every second of every day of your life, you truly are eternally and unconditionally loved by the Mother and the Father of all things, our Creator. And of course, I love you too. So until I see you guys again, much love. Hang in there. Have some fun. It is a giant playground. Why are we being so serious? All right. I love you guys. We'll see you soon.